Chapter 1039. Zhang Changzong returned to his residence and wrote a short secret letter. He wrote down the news that Wan had given birth to a daughter and ordered someone to secretly report it to the emperor. Then he undressed and went to take a bath. Wan had just given birth and was very tired. After talking with Yang Fan for a while, her excitement faded and she became tired. Dia was very quiet. She was probably tired from crying when she was born. She lay beside her mother and did not wake up. Seeing this, Yang Fan let the mother and daughter rest well and got up to return to his residence. After Gu Zhuting left, she immediately disguised herself and went to the residence of the famous doctor in Chang, a Mu Hui. She still blindfolded Mu Hui and invited him into the carriage. They drove around the city a few times and confirmed that no one was following them before returning to the island in the middle of the lake. She asked him to check Wan Er's pulse again and wrote a few nourishing prescriptions before sending him back. Gu Zhuting stayed by Wan Er's side. With her taking care of Wan Er, it was much better than Lan Yiqing, Xu Xiaomiao, and the other inexperienced girls. Of course, Yang Fan also wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Gu Zhuting and Wan Er. It was a win-win situation, so why not? After taking a bath, Yang Fan changed into a light robe. He knew that Wan Er was weak and needed to rest. Although he wanted to see her and the child, he dismissed the idea of visiting them tonight. He only ordered people to prepare a banquet. He wanted to drink to his heart's content with Zhang Changzong. Yang Fan held a banquet today to celebrate the birth of his beloved daughter and the safety of both mother and daughter. It was just that this reason could not be announced to the public. He had just ordered the kitchen to prepare the banquet when he saw Ranwei walk in quickly from outside. Looking at his expression, it seemed that something had happened. Yang Fan stopped and asked, "What is it?" Ren Wei moved closer to Yang Fan with a strange expression and said in a low voice, "Ah Lang, about the matter you asked me to do, my men have found some clues." This random sentence made Yang Fan frown and ask, "What did I ask you to do?" Ren Wei said, "It's just that there seems to be something unclear going on between Du Wentian and Princess Anil. Today, Du Wentian had suffered a beating from Miss Gao, Miss Lan, and the others. After he escaped back, he invited a doctor to treat him. Logically speaking, he had just been injured, so he should be resting in the residence. Who knew that he would actually leave the residence and go to a restaurant to drink to drown his sorrows? This lowly subordinate felt that there was something fishy about this matter, so he bribed a wine expert with a large sum of money and impersonated him to be by his side. When Du Wentian was in a drunken stupor, he said a lot of drunken complaints. Although he did not mention the name Enlu, the woman he was talking about was obviously her. From his tone, it seemed that he had messed up his task and was scolded by Princess Enlu. As he drank, he grumbled, saying that he had done his best for that woman. He had given her a mansion to live in and was willing to be a servant. He had shopped for her, prepared banquets, and spent close to $1 million. In the end, he had become the biggest joke in Chang'an. Even his father did not like him, but he was still treated coldly. From the words of this fellow when he was drunk, it seemed that he and Princess Enlu had already done it between a man and a woman. Ha ha, this person is really affectionate. Although he has a belly full of complaints, he still can't seem to forget her. Affectionate? He's just lusting after her. Yang Fan sneered disdainfully and lightly paced with his hands behind his back. Ren Wei asked in a low voice, "What are Ah Lang's plans?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "The crisis has been resolved. As for Enlu, she will have to deal with Zhang Changzong's revenge next. I'm afraid she will be overwhelmed and will not have the time to find trouble with me. As for this Du Wentian..." Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. If Du Wentian had not chosen the right time and the right accomplice, he would not have had the qualifications to provoke him. Yang Fan had ordered people to investigate this matter and wanted to make a fuss about it. But now that Wan Er had safely given birth, there was nothing he could use against her. When people were happy, their state of mind was very different. Thinking of his daughter's cute little face, some of the hostility in Yang Fan's chest was washed away by tenderness. After this defeat, Du Wentian would probably give up. He also did not want to pursue and attack relentlessly. Yang Fan sighed and said, "This matter, let's just forget about it. Withdraw the people watching them and don't pursue it." There was a pavilion on the lovely spring terrace. This was a cool house. There was a stream next to the reception hall. The water was gurgling, and a water wheel was being driven by water power. It spun round and round at a uniform speed. The bamboo tubes circulated, continuously pouring the clear and cool stream water onto a wooden trough that was suspended in the air. The spring water flowed out and just happened to pour onto the umbrella-shaped roof of the reception hall. The water spread in all directions, hanging down from the eaves of the pavilion like curtains, forming a sparkling curtain of water. Because of this, the pavilion was abnormally cool, completely different from the hot weather outside. Wu Zetian reclined on Xiang Fei's bamboo couch, leaning against a jade pillow. She looked at the red and white lotuses in front of the pavilion and slowly sipped the lotus seed soup. Zhang Yizhi sat beside her, softly reading Zhang Changzong's secret memorial to her. After Zhang Changzong went to Chang'an, Zhang Yizhi slowed down the compilation of the 3 schools Pearl Flower to make time to accompany Wu Zetian. He clearly knew where his power and position came from. Without Zhang Changzong, he could let go of everything else, but he could not alienate the Empress. Once the Empress favored someone else, he would lose everything. Wan'er gave birth to a daughter. Wu Zetian heard half of it and asked Zhang Yizhi with a smile. Hearing that Wan'er gave birth to a girl, Wu Zetian was slightly relieved. If it was a boy, it would inevitably cause people to worry. Having a girl was the result she was most happy to see. Zhang Yizhi smiled and said, "Yes, sage." A gust of wind came, and the cool wind hit the body, making people feel refreshed. On the doors and windows of the hall, there were fragrant beads made of precious spices from India and Persia, and long strings of jasmine, and other fragrant flowers. These fragrant beads and fragrant flowers formed a curtain that could block mosquitoes and flies. With the wind, it could also send bursts of fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. Wu Zetian lifted her body, and Zhang Yizhi quickly put down the secret memorial. He moved a bamboo pillow behind Wu Zetian and replaced it with a jade pillow. Wu Zetian leaned back comfortably and closed her eyes. Zhang Yizhi's hands gently pressed on her shoulders. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "When Er's previous letter mentioned the placement of the child, Zhang Yizhi massaged her and said yes. Shangguan Daiji wants to ask the sage for mercy and give the child to her mother to raise with the reason that old Madame Zhang chose a stepson for her." Wu Zetian said indifferently, "Now she gave birth to a daughter. Is there a need for a girl to adopt a stepson? Can the Shangguan family rely on a girl to support the family?" Zhang Yizhi did not understand her meaning and said tentatively, "The sage means." Wu Zetian smiled and did not speak, but she sighed softly in her heart. Her words were already very obvious to Zhang Yizhi, but Zhang Yizhi's political awareness was obviously far from the result she wanted to see. Zhang Yizhi did not see the meaning behind Wan'er's action. Although Wu Zetian put Shanghai Wan'er in an important position, and the Shangguan family also rose again in the name of Shangguan Wan'er's mother, Lady Zheng, but Wu Zetian had not publicly rehabilitated the Shangguan family, and their crimes were still there. Shangguan Yi and his son were killed by Wu Zetian, so how could she easily deny her decision? This girl knows how to use opportunities. She wants to use this matter to rehabilitate the family. As long as I agree to let Lady Zheng choose a stepson for her and support the Shangguan family, won't it be a form of rehabilitating Shangguan Yi and his son? Ha! Does this girl really think that I'm senile and can't even see through this ploy? Wu Zetian thought with a smile. Although she put Wan'er in an important position and trusted Wan'er, she had never removed the crimes on the Shangguan family. This crime was still there, and it was like a sharp knife hanging over the Shangguan family's head. As long as she wanted, this knife could fall at any time, and everything the Shangguan family had taken back would be taken away again. Actually, Wu Zetian had always trusted Shanghai 1 without a doubt. She did this not to coerce 1, but it was a method that a cunning emperor was used to. However, after 1's accidental pregnancy, although Wu Zetian still valued 1, she did not trust her as much as before. She felt that it was necessary to keep this method in reserve. Wu Zetian did not say this to Zhang Yiji. She had already given him some pointers. Since Zhang Yiji could not figure it out, then even if she explained it more clearly, it would not help him improve. Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said casually, "Nothing, I am just curious. 1 has always been meticulous. How could she be so careless now? Did she not think about what it would be like to have a daughter?" Actually, Wu Zetian knew very well that having a daughter did not involve the problem of supporting the family. It would be easier to solve. If Shanghai 1 wanted to adopt a son, she could even allow it. Having a daughter was even easier. 1 did not have to specifically mention how to have a son and how to have a daughter in the secret memorial. Zhang Yiji smiled and said, "Presumably, Shangguan 1 also thinks that if he has a son, then he can painstakingly arrange a future for him. If he has a daughter, why can't he raise her? So there is no need to worry too much. A daughter is always less troublesome than a son." Wu Zetian smiled and suddenly asked, "In this matter, Yang Fan was also involved?" Zhang Yiji looked at Wu Zetian warily. Wu Zetian's face did not show any signs of abnormality. She was lying on the couch, looking serene. The sunlight shone through the glistening curtain of rain and the fragrant flowers and shone on her wrinkled old face. Her already wrinkled old face was reflected by the mottled light and shadow and became even more wrinkled. Zhang Yiji suddenly turned his head and looked at the blurred curtain of rain. He took a deep breath of the faint fragrance of the fragrant flowers and suppressed the nauseous feeling in his heart. But his voice was still gentle, respectful, and lingering, as if he was whispering words of love into the ear of his most beloved woman. Lu Lang is the most attentive to the matters entrusted by the sage, but he is young and has never undertaken such a major task alone. He knows that the sage thinks highly of Shangguan 1 and is afraid that something will go wrong, so he naturally has to be extra careful. Moreover, if Lu Lang wants to do this, he must send someone to do it. Lu Lang's subordinates may not be as reliable as Yang Fan. The two of them work together in Yenzhou and have some friendship. That is why Lu Lang thought of asking him for help. When Lu Lang received the news, Shangguan 1 had already arrived in Chang, and Lu Lang did not have time to consult the sage, so he made the decision without authorization. "Sage, please don't blame him." Wu Zetian smiled and opened her eyes. She pointed at Zhang Yiji coquettishly and said, When did I blame Lu Lang?" "It was just a casual question. Why are you so nervous?" Zhang Yiji smiled awkwardly and said in a low voice, "The sage is magnanimous, but don't spoil Lu Lang." Wu Zetian closed her eyes again and was silent for a while. Then she said, "In that case, how to settle this child will still be left to Yang Fan. Let him think of a perfect reason to adopt this girl." Zhang Yiji looked at Wu Zetian with some surprise. The wrinkles at the corners of her lips were very deep, revealing stubbornness and arrogance. Zhang Yiji couldn't help but swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He couldn't understand why the Empress would do this. If Shangguan 1 had given birth to a boy, she might have more consideration. A girl's family, why didn't she accept 1's request? Since the sage still needed 1, why not give the favor of pushing the boat with the current to her? Zhang Yiji would never understand the mind of an emperor. Wu Zetian indeed often had the style of going against the will of others, but she did so not because she was strong-willed and liked to disagree with others. She was already standing at the top of the world, and doing so was meaningless to her. There was only one reason why she did this. As the wielder of the highest authority, she did not want anyone to think that she would go along with the ideas of others. She wanted others to always remember one thing: do not have any designs on her. Everything was under her control. Everything was up to her. Wu Zetian did not continue on this topic. Instead, she asked, I heard that Chongxuan and Qingqi's children have all chosen to build their residences in Longqing Square. Are they now neighbors? Zhang Yizhi came to his senses and hurriedly replied, Yes. Wu Zetian asked no more, but the corners of her lips softened. She hoped that the Wu and Li clans could bury the hatchet and work together to continue the empire of the great Zhou. Wu Chongxuan and his wife becoming neighbors with the prince of Xiang's 5 sons was a very good start, one that she was happy to see. Wu Zetian thought for a while, then said, Wulong, when you get back, draw up a list of names and submit it to me. A portion of the nobles, ministers, and members of the imperial family can now begin migrating to Chang'an. As for Wan Er's mother, this batch will not be considered. Yes. Ever since Du Wentian had received a beating for flirting with Xu Xiaomiao at Xingjiao Temple, his luck had run out, and he had been beaten again and again these past few days. After being beaten by Lan Yiqing, Xu Xiaomiao, and the others on the island in the center of the lake, Du Wentian's bruised and swollen face had not yet recovered from his injuries when his father summoned him back to Fanchuan to be taught another lesson. Du Wentian was filled with grief and indignation. He felt that the heavens had treated him too unfairly. He had kindly invited Princess Anil to live in the Du clan's estate, and in order to curry favor with Anil, he had spent more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Because of Anil's repeated beatings, he had become a joke in Chang'an. Now, it was difficult to determine who was responsible for the fire in the roaming Jade Palace, and the Du clan had to bleed and pay half of the compensation. If Princess Anil could remember his kindness, then all the grievances, injuries, and humiliation he had suffered would have been repaid. But now that he had lost his value, even Princess Anil no longer pretended to speak to him. He was not willing. He was not willing to give up on the goddess of his heart. Yang Fan, because of the birth of his beloved daughter, had shown mercy and intended to let him go. But there were some people in this world who would not change just because you were magnanimous. Du Wentian was one of those people who would say, if you don't seek death, you won't die, but I just want to seek death. Yang Fan wanted to keep the peace, but Du Wentian did not. Chapter 1040. At noon, 5 or 6 well-dressed young masters appeared in front of Xian Chang restaurant. There were dozens of servants accompanying them. The 2 beauties standing in front of the door scratching their heads to attract business saw the clothing of this group and discovered that the jade pendants on the waists of some of the young masters were worth thousands of gold. They knew that they were noble young masters and did not dare to slight them. They hurried forward and greeted the people in the restaurant. This group of people consisted of Wei, Du, Lu, and Su. The one in the middle was Du Wentian. As the eldest son of the Du family in Guanlong, Du Wentian naturally had his own group of friends. He had been unlucky recently, and these friends knew that he was in a bad mood. Today, they specially invited him out to relax. These friends only knew that Du Wentian had flirted with a beautiful girl in Xingjiao Temple. Unfortunately, the girl was a servant of Shangguan Daiji. Du Wentian had been taught a lesson by Zhang Changzong and Shangguan Daiji twice. After that, he helped Wu Chongxuan and his wife organize a banquet in Baiyu Palace. In the end, he was implicated by the fire, and the Du family had to pay a large sum of money. Thus, he was in a bad mood. But the true bitterness in Du Wentian's heart could not be told to others. After leaving Longqing Lane that day, Princess Anil's attitude towards him was completely different from before. Du Wentian had suffered so much, but Princess Anil did not comfort him. Instead, she started to distance herself from him. On the other hand, Prince Consort Wu, who did not know the truth, felt that the Du family lent him a mansion to live in and covered all the expenses of the banquet in Baiyu Palace. They were helping him maintain his image. In the end, he was implicated and had to bear half of the expenses of rebuilding Bayeux Palace. This was a shocking sum of money. He felt sorry, and his attitude towards Du Wentian changed greatly. Du Wentian did not give up. He always felt that he had done so much for Princess Anel and that she should return the favor. But in the end, Princess Anel no longer treated him with respect. These days, Du Wentian seemed to be suffering from lovesickness. Even when he was escorted to the top of the building, he was still in a daze. At this time, there were not many customers on the second floor. There were only a few tables by the window. The middle seats were all reserved by Du Wentian and the others. Du Wentian drowned his sorrows with wine. The wine made his worries worse. His alcohol tolerance was average. Today he indulged himself, and soon he was dead drunk. Today, all the young masters had gathered together to accompany him to relieve his boredom. Who would have thought that not long after, he would be drunk to the point of staggering left and right? The Zhu family's young master, Zhu Hongjun, said, "Give Wentian some hangover soup. Don't let him drink it." The Zhu family wasn't considered a powerful family among the Guanlong nobles, but among these friends, Zhu Hongjun was the oldest. Moreover, he had a calm temperament and was very thorough in his work. Over time, he took care of all the things that the young masters needed to do, and everyone was willing to listen to his arrangements. As soon as Zhu Hongjun said this, Hu Ji, who was serving Du Wentian, hurriedly asked someone to bring a bowl of soup to sober up. She fed Du Wentian half of the soup and told him to lean on her lap to dissipate the alcohol. The young master sat there and talked about all sorts of things. Suddenly, someone mentioned the rumors about Zhang Changzong and Shangguan Wan'er. After a while, this rumor finally spread from the streets to the rich and powerful families. As soon as Zhu Hongjun heard this topic, he immediately said to the man, "Xiao Han, don't spread this kind of rumor. Be careful not to bring unnecessary trouble to yourself." His surname was Wu, and his name was Wu Xiaowei. Although his family was well off, and he had an uncle who was an official in another city, he was only a third-rate family compared to these rich and powerful aristocratic families. However, not all of the friends that the young master of a rich and powerful family often hung out with were of equal social status. Among them, there had to be a few people who had good eyes and knew how to talk to make everyone happy. Wu Xiaowei played such a role. He often followed these noble young masters to eat and drink, and these young masters made fun of him. That was why they called him a homonym, little rascal. Wei Derui was young, but he was a sensible youth. He immediately followed Zhu Hongjuan's words and said seriously, "Brother Zhu is right." That day, Prince Consort Wu held a banquet at Bayeux Palace. I accompanied my father to the banquet. Later, because it was difficult to determine the cause of the fire, Princess Anel invited me to meet Shangguan Daiji at Longqing Lane. I saw it with my own eyes. Shangguan Daiji and the palace maid were riding horses. How could a pregnant woman ride a horse and do that? What's more, I saw clearly that Shangguan Daiji's slender waist was definitely not a pregnant woman. This kind of false rumor must not be echoed by others. Zhu Hongjun was respected as the eldest brother, but his family status was not high. He was tactful with others. Wei Derui was young, but his status was high. The leaders of the Guanlong family were the Fan Chuan, Wei, and Du families. His Wei family status was higher than the Du families, so he didn't speak so politely to Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan blushed at his words. I was just joking around," he said shyly. Wei Derui said seriously, "How can you joke about something like this? This is a matter of ruining someone's reputation. If it's more serious, it might bring disaster to someone. There are many officials in our families, so we should be more cautious. Besides, Shangguan Daiji belongs to my Guanlong family. We are all in the same boat. Shouldn't we protect him?" His words made Wu Xiaohuan's face turn red, and he was speechless. Unexpectedly, Du Wentian, who was lying on a beauty's thigh and was half drunk and half awake, heard their conversation. "Du, Wen Tian had always thought that his goddess ignored him because he had provided false information. But he saw it with his own eyes that day. He still didn't believe that he was wrong. She was still the same person. If she wasn't pregnant, would the Wanner be so bored that she stuffed a pillow in her stomach? He was the one who spread the news. But Wei Derui said that it was nonsense. Du Wentian didn't like to hear that. He sat up and slammed the table, saying loudly, "Xiao Han is right. Wana, she had an illicit relationship with someone and is pregnant." Wei Derui frowned. "Brother Wentian, you're drunk." "I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk." Du Wentian stood up shakily. He walked as if he was walking on clouds. He patted his chest and said, "I'm sober. That carriage. There must be something wrong with that carriage. Someone had fallen off the horse. But was that person definitely Shangguan Wan'er? I don't think. Not necessarily. I thought about it over and over again. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. Do you think they rode a horse to the bowing ground? Why is there a carriage next to the bowing ground? Zhang Changzong and one is young and the other is charming. They both live in the palace for a long time. It's normal to fall in love with each other." Du Wentian sneered as he spun half a circle. His laughter suddenly stopped and his expression changed. A man and a woman were standing at the top of the stairs. The man was Zhang Changzong and the woman was Wan went to Baiyu Palace to check on the damage. She didn't want to show her face in front of people before, but now she wasn't afraid. She used the fire in Baiyu Palace to appear in front of the world. On the way back, she accepted Zhang Changzong's invitation and went to Xian Chang restaurant to eat. Who would have thought that she would run into Du Wentian and hear his nonsense? Du Wentian saw that Zhang Changzong's face was distorted with anger. He couldn't help but shiver. He woke up from his drunkenness and secretly complained, "Oh no! How did I run into them?" Zhang Changzong suddenly let out a creepy laugh. It made Du Wentian's legs go soft. If it wasn't because there were too many friends here and he couldn't put down his face, his legs would have gone soft and he would have knelt on the ground. Zhang Changzong looked at Du Wentian with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Young Master Du, this Zhang and Shangguan Daiji are standing in front of you. Please explain clearly. You say that this Zhang has an affair with Shangguan Daiji, and that Shangguan Daiji is pregnant?" Du Wentian didn't say a word. Er's pretty face was pale. She didn't say a word and walked away with a flick of her sleeve. Yang Fan was still standing at the bottom of the stairs. Because the width of the stairs was limited, it was only suitable for two people to walk side by side. Yang Fan's status was not as high as Zhang Changzong and so he fell behind. Yang Fan didn't walk with He walked past and walked to Zhang Changzong's side. He shook his head and sighed at Du Wentian. "Young Master Du, that day I invited Zhang Fengqin and Shangguan Daiji to Xingjiao Temple. In order to not make too much noise and affect the mood, we all wore casual clothes. You didn't know our real identities and used your Du clan's power to flirt with Shangguan Daiji's maids. Zhang Fengqin taught you a lesson. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge against me. Xingjiao Temple is in Fanchuan. Your Du clan is also in Fanchuan. I was wondering why you, a young master of the Du clan, suffered a great loss in your Du clan's territory. Now I finally understand. When you suffered a loss, you might have called your minions to take revenge. You just didn't dare to show your face because you saw through our real identities. I think such rumors in the marketplace should have been spread by your people, right? You held a grudge against Zhang Fengqin, but you couldn't take revenge. So you used such rumors to slander Zhang Fengqin and Shangguan Daiji. Young Master Du, you came from a prestigious family. You are really shameless. The highest level of lying was to mix the truth with falsehood and falsehood with truth, making it difficult for people to tell the truth from the lies." Zhang Changzong glanced at Yang Fan his heart filled with admiration. I couldn't tell that General Yang isn't only good at punching and kicking, but his mouth is even better. With this, even the rumors have been resolved. Just the right time to clear my name. Yang Fan knew from Zhang Changzong's eyes that he had understood what he meant, so he said, Shengguan Weiji is very angry. Don't let anything happen to him. I will go after him to appease him. Please take care of this place, Sixth Lang. Speaking up to this point, Yang Fan glanced at Du Wentian without any emotion or anger. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. If someone was determined to seek death, he would not be merciful. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to himself. Yang Fan was not a living bodhisattva. Erling, just go. Zhang Changzong took charge. After hearing what Yang Fan said, he also felt that this rumor was probably spread by Du Wentian. However, it was not important whether it was Du Wentian or not. What was important was that this was an opportunity for him. He could use this opportunity to clear his name. With this rumor, it would be a hidden danger to him sooner or later. Therefore, he had to make a big fuss today. The bigger the better. Only then could he clear his name. The key to clearing his name was Du Wentian. Therefore, even if he was not the one who spread the rumor, he had to prove it today. 2 rows of imperial bodyguards spread out like goose feathers, just like an official entering the court to question a case. Zhang Changzong walked forward. Wei Derui and Zhu Hongjun, who were sitting at the head of the table, hurriedly retreated to the side. Zhang Changzong sat down at the back of the table. He grabbed a tin pot and slammed it on the table. He roared, Surname Du, do you know your crime? Chapter 1041. Although Zhang Changzong was simple-minded and impulsive, he had been in the palace for a few years. Even if he had only heard or seen some things, his intelligence had been raised. Yang Fan's words had woken him up, and he knew what to do. When it comes to rumors of love affairs between men and women, most of the people involved will fall into such an awkward situation. If you think that you are innocent and disregard it, others will think that you are guilty. If you try to refute it, others will still think that you are guilty. In the end, this was because most people had a dark side in their hearts. If you didn't defend yourself, it would only get worse. How could you confess? However, this was a great opportunity. Du Wentian had a grudge against him, so he could lock the rumor maker onto Du Wentian. Once the rumor was exposed, Zhang Changzong would have a chance to clear his name and reverse the situation. Xinchang Restaurant was a famous restaurant in Chang, and there were many customers coming and going, so the news spread quickly. When Du Jingting, who was far away in Fanchuan in the south of the city, received the news and hurried to Xinchang Restaurant, he found that the restaurant was full of people, both inside and outside, and even the building across the street. Du Wentian knelt in front of Zhang Changzong, his cheeks swollen from the slaps. He was still slapping himself. Zhang Changzong stared at him coldly. If Zhang Changzong didn't tell him to stop, he wouldn't dare to stop. He didn't even dare to hold back. His face and courage disappeared without a trace in front of Zhang Changzong's dominance. In the beginning, he still cared about his dignity and was afraid of being ridiculed. But in the face of Zhang Changzong's torture and beatings and the serious consequences of Zhang Changzong's investigation, he had no choice but to yield. When he lowered his head and apologized to Zhang Changzong, admitting that he was the one who spread the rumors and maliciously slandered Zhang Changzong, he no longer had the courage to resist. His only thought now was to hope that Zhang Changzong would calm down and let him escape. There were always people in this world who overestimated themselves and thought they could handle the world alone. But when they provoked someone they shouldn't provoke, they realized they were nothing. Wu Zetian favored Zhang Changzong far more than Xue Huai. In the past, Xue Huairen had been domineering. Princes and dukes would lead horses and false stirrups for him, beat high officials at will, whipped imperial censors on the street, and punched the prime minister in the army. Second Zhang had never behaved so arrogantly, not because he couldn't, but because he wasn't a nouveau riche like Xue Huai. Second Zhang had never behaved so arrogantly, not because he couldn't, but because he wasn't a nouveau riche like Xue Huai. Although the Du family of Fan Chuan was not as powerful as it was in the past, it was only relative to its past glory. It was still a political family with great potential power. However, Zhang Changzong did not care. He was a strong dragon and was not afraid of this local snake. When Du Jingting hurriedly walked into Xinchang restaurant, he immediately saw his son kneeling in front of Zhang Changzong, his cheeks already red and swollen. Du Wentian was in a daze and didn't even see his father walk in. He was still slapping himself, and each slap felt like a slap to Du Jingting's face. The crime of slander had been officially established in the Qin dynasty. Later, Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty issued decrees to abolish the crime, but it was repeated until Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty decreed that the crime of slander should never be heard of again. Later on, the criminal laws of the Tang and Song dynasties didn't include the crime of slander. But just because there was no crime of slander in the law didn't mean you could speak as you pleased. This was a society ruled by men, where power was greater than law. Even if the crime was clearly written in the law, whether or not to pursue it depended on the person. Now that there was no legal basis, the consequences depended on the person. The people Du Wentian had slandered were Zhang Changzong and Sheng Guanwan, the two closest people to the emperor. Under Zhang Changzong's coercion, Du Wentian had already admitted that he had said everything. He had even written a confession and signed it, putting his life and death in Zhang Changzong's hands. Du Jingting was ashamed. He raised his hands to Zhang Changzong and said, "Zhang Fengqin, it is all this old man's fault for not teaching my son well. This unfilial son dared to slander the reputation of Zhang Fengqin and Shengguan Daiji. This old man is ashamed. This old man wishes to take this unfilial son back and discipline him strictly. I hope that Zhang Fengqin will be merciful." When had Du Jingting ever called himself this old man in front of others? He had lowered his status so much because he was under someone else's roof and had to lower his head. In front of Zhang Changzong, he could not display his status as the leader of a major Guanzhong family. He could only beg Zhang Changzong humbly. Zhang Changzong smiled coldly and said, "How you want to discipline your son is none of my business. But your son slandered an official. That has something to do with me. I am a man and can ignore these rumors. But Shengguan Daiji is a woman who values her reputation more than her life. I and Shengguan Daiji have had their reputations tarnished because of the rumors your son spread. What do you say about this?" Du Jingting was so ashamed he could not show his face. He raised his hands and said, "This old man knows his wrongs. This old man is willing to take this unfilial son to Longqing Square and solemnly apologize to Zhang Fengqin and Shengguan Daiji." Zhang Changzong said coldly, "This old man does not deserve it. When you go to Longqing Square, how will others know what happened? Who knows what ugly rumors will spread then?" Du Jingting knew that Zhang Changzong wanted the Du family to publicly apologize, now that his old face had been completely lost by this unfilial son. If he took his son to publicly apologize, it could be imagined the damage to the Du family's reputation. But what could he do? A great mistake had been made. No matter how disappointing his son was, he was still his flesh and blood. He could not abandon him. Du Jingting could only swallow his anger and say, "This old man is willing to invite the nobles of Chang, and the nobles to come out and be witnesses to correct the name of Zhang Fengqin and Shengguan Daiji." Zhang Changzong laughed at the sky and said, "Fine, this old man is not an unforgiving person. But the island in the center of the lake cannot accommodate so many of you. If another fire happens, this old man has no money to compensate the Liu family magistrate. How about this? Doesn't your Du family have a large residence in Ani Square? Let's choose that place." Du Jingting was shocked. That residence had already been lent to Prince Consort Wu, and this matter had been mentioned at the banquet a few days ago. Zhang Changzong was there at the time, so he knew very well. Why did he want to hold a feast there to apologize. After a moment's thought, Du Jingting understood. He had offended this Zhang Fengchen long ago and was now using this as a pretext to make a fuss. The relationship between the second Zhang and Wu and Li was like fire and water. The Du family was trying to curry favor with the Wu family. Wasn't this clearly going against Zhang Changzong? For a moment, Du Jingting was filled with regret and hatred. Actually, his choice was not wrong. Those with foresight could see that while the second Zhang was insufferably powerful now, the future of the world could only be decided by the Wu family or the Li family. Currying favor with Wu Chongxuan was equivalent to boarding the Wu family ship and tying the Li family ship. It could be said to be a clever move. However, although his calculations were good, he had missed one point. The second Zhang, who was bound to fall in the future, was still more powerful than the Wu and Li families. He had chosen too early. It wasn't that his choice was wrong, but that he hadn't grasped the timing well. He shouldn't have made his position clear so early. If time could be reversed, Du Jingting definitely wouldn't have made such a clear choice so early. However, it was too late for him to say anything now. If he did as Zhang Changzong instructed, he would have to kick Prince Consort Wu and his wife out of the house. This would definitely offend Prince Consort Wu. If he didn't do this, Prince Consort Wu would be the current owner of that residence. What was the point of holding a banquet there to apologize? He would still offend Prince Consort Wu. Du Jingting was so worried that he didn't know how to answer. However, Zhang Changzong didn't give him much room to choose. He stood up and arrogantly walked to Du Wentian's side. Suddenly, he kicked Du Wentian to the ground and coldly said, "This Zhang's patience isn't that good. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can't hold a banquet to clear this Zhang's name, I'll let you understand what it means to say that disaster comes from the mouth." Zhang Changzong swung his sleeves and left. Du Wentian crawled up and called out while trembling with fear, "Father!" Du Jingting was furious and raised his leg to kick him away. Du Wentian was so scared that he shrunk back. Du Jingting wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only let out a long sigh and dejectedly walk down the stairs. Wanner gently pulled open her clothes, revealing a tender, snow-white breast. The little girl, who had been lying lazily in her arms with her eyes closed, smelled the scent of the milk. She suddenly stretched her slender neck forward and accurately sucked on Wanner's tender, red nipple. She sucked on it forcefully. Wanner looked at her daughter's adorable appearance and couldn't help but giggle. She caressed her little face and softly said, "This little girl is really greedy." Yang Dyer sucked very hard, gulping down the sweet milk in big mouthfuls. She simply had no time to pay attention to her mother's teasing. Yang Fan also stopped talking and looked at his daughter with a smile. Wanner raised her arm a little higher to make it more convenient for her daughter to eat. She raised her head and said to Yang Fan, "I reckon that those rumors really were spread by him. With Zhang Changzong's temperament, he won't easily forgive him. Now it's just the right time to seize this matter and make it clear to him. He, was used by Enlu, but Enlu may not necessarily protect him at this time." Yang Fan sighed softly. Wan stared at him and asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan was silent for a moment and said, "It's true that Enlu used him, but he also used Enlu. Although this idiot has no schemes and no courage, he is arrogant and thinks himself infallible. In fact, the person that Enlu really wanted to deal with was me. It was Du Wentian who burned the fire onto Zhang Changzong." Wan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Yang Fan didn't wait for her to ask and repeated what Enlu said that day when he brought people to the island. He added, "Enlu wanted to use him to deal with me. He held a grudge against Zhang Changzong and also wanted to use Enlu to deal with Zhang Changzong. That's why he changed the words that Enlu told him. If it wasn't like this, Zhang Changzong wouldn't have stood up today. Then the person who put on airs at Xinchang restaurant could only be you. Your husband doesn't have the ability to make the Du family of Fanchuan submit to me. Juan said angrily. Lang Jun did more than just save Enli's family. Enli's family can have today's riches and honor is all thanks to Lang Jun's plan that risked his life and death. Unexpectedly, Enli would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and treat Lang Jun like this. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Beautiful mushrooms are usually poisonous. The brighter the color of the snake, the more poisonous it is. Enli has an outstanding appearance, but her heart isn't as beautiful as her appearance. She has the heart of a snake and a scorpion." Wan frowned and said, "However, her identity is special. Lang Jun can just mention her, but you shouldn't do anything against her." Yang Fan said, "If she wants to deal with me, I can tolerate it. But if she wants to hurt my family, I can't not fight back. She and that Du Wentian, I have already given them a chance. It was they who didn't know what was good for them." Wan said worriedly, "Lang Jun, what do you plan to do?" Yang Fan didn't answer. He just lowered his head and pressed his daughter's pink cheeks. He smiled and said, "Little darling, are you still not full? Why don't you accompany Daddy for a chat? You are so naughty." Yang Dyer let out a hiccup, and her little head froze for a moment. She impatiently shook off her father's fingers and threw herself onto her mother's breasts. Yang Fan and Wan both laughed. Wan glared at him coquettishly and said, "It's fine if you don't want to say it, but you have to be extra careful. You don't just have yourself. You still have me, the child, and this family. No matter what you do, you have to consider your own safety first. You can't act impulsively." Yang Fan smiled and said, "I understand. Don't worry, if I want to fight back, I don't necessarily have to be at the front." Early in the morning, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, Xiao Zhichen, appeared at the construction site of Princess Enli's residence with a few officials. The residence of the Prince of Xiang's fifth son hadn't started yet, but Princess Enli's residence was already in full swing. Currently, the Wu family was more powerful than the Li family. Although most of the Chang and officials favored the Li family, they didn't dare to make it too obvious. Now that the Wu and Li families were building residences here, they naturally had to take care of the Wu family first. Moreover, Prince Consort Wu had to come to the construction site every day. Who would dare to be perfunctory? But early this morning, Xiao Zhichen had just arrived at the construction site when something happened. Someone dug out a box from the construction site. On it were 5 large words. "For Prince Consort Wu." Chapter 1042. Wu Chongxuan returned to the Du residence with a gloomy face. The steward of the residence quickly came forward and said respectfully, "Fuma, the princess and the dukes and marquises have gone on a tour." Wu Chongxuan did not say a word and walked towards the study. The steward looked at his back in astonishment and shook his head inexplicably. Every time the Fuma returned to the residence, the first thing he would ask was about the princess's movements. That was why the steward did not wait for the Fuma to ask before taking the initiative to explain. But what was wrong with the Fuma today? Wu Chongxuan sat down in the study and slowly took out a wrinkled letter from his sleeve. He slowly opened it and looked at the words written on it. His originally gloomy face gradually turned ashen, and his eyes faintly emitted a bloodthirsty cold light. There was only one sentence on the letter, "Enli and Du Wentian have an affair." Wu Chongxuan did not want to believe that this matter was true, but he had no choice but to believe it. If it was any other man, they would not use "I believe her" as a reason to not investigate or ask. Wu Chongxuan stared at the letter. After a long time, he fiercely crumpled the letter and sternly shouted, "Guards!" Logically speaking, everyone in the princess residence belonged to the princess. The prince consort was the same as marrying into the princess residence and did not have any say in the financial and personnel matters of the princess residence. However, Wu Chongxuan was a Junwang and was very different from a normal prince consort. Moreover, Enli had only been back in the capital for a short time and did not have a complete team like Princess Taiping. Moreover, she liked extravagance and paid attention to ostentation. So more than half of the people in Princess and Li's residence were brought by Wu Chongxuan. Princess and Li's servants were mostly placed in the inner residence, while Wu Chongxuan's people were mostly in charge of the outer residence. Even though the two sides were mixed up, they had different priorities. Wu Chongxuan's two trusted family warriors left quietly after entering the study. Very quickly, Princess and Li's maid, Qing was quietly dragged into the study by them. Qing came to the princess residence as part of the imperial family's dowry when Princess and Lu became a nun. When she was dragged into the study by the two murderous guards, she was so scared that her limbs were weak. When the two guards let go, she knelt on the ground and said to Wu Chongxuan in a trembling voice, "Fuma, I don't know what mistake this servant has made." Wu Chongxuan slowly raised his head. His eyes were indistinct, like two burning clusters of willow wisps. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that this prince wants to ask you something. You must answer this prince honestly. If you answer well, I'll spare your life, but if you lie—" Wu Chongxuan slowly stood up and leaned forward with the table in his hand. "I'll kill your entire family." Qing's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly kowtowed and said, "I will tell you everything I know and will not hide anything from you. Please have mercy on me, Prince Consort Ma." An hour later, in the backyard of the Du family, a maid dressed in green walked to the well. She reached out and took the bucket, hung the iron hook on it, and was just about to enter the well when she casually glanced into the well. Suddenly, she let out a scream and almost fell into the well in her panic. She retreated in panic and screamed shrilly, "Oh no! Not good!" Someone fell into the well. Many maids and eunuchs in the back of the residence heard the commotion and ran over. Some of the more daring ones went over to the side of the well to take a look, only to see Qing, half submerged and half floating in the well water with a pair of horrified eyes open wide. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world, not even the love of parents. Even though they were all their own flesh and blood, as parents, there would always be one that they favored the most. Duke Jingting had more than one wife and concubines, but among all his sons, the one he liked the most was Du Wentian. Even though Du Wentian had made the entire Du family a target of ridicule in Chang, and caused the Du family to use a quarter of this year's income to pay for the losses of the Bayou Palace, in Du Jingting's heart there was still no son that could replace Du Wentian's position. But Du Wentian had caused so much trouble, he had to give an explanation to the family. Moreover, even though Du Jingting loved Du Wentian dearly, he was still very angry. He was angry because he expected better from Du Wentian. As if in response to the rumors, Shanghai Wana had been making frequent appearances recently. Last time at Xinchang restaurant, many people had seen her with their own eyes. The rumors about her pregnancy had been dispelled, and Du Wentian didn't dare to continue stubbornly insisting on this matter. What he needed to do now was not to attack others, but to clear his name. It was easy for him to deal with his father. In this world, there would always be some people who appeared to be very incompetent and stupid when dealing with outsiders. They would be fooled around like fools. But when he returned home, he could use flowery words to deceive his parents. His parents, who were very shrewd in front of outsiders, seemed to have drunk a bewitching potion. Du Wentian admitted to his father that he had indeed seen a beautiful and charming girl at Xingjiao Temple and had a good impression of her. But he had not done anything despicable or said anything. He had only gone up to chat with her because he had a good impression of her, but he had been beaten up by Zhang Changzong without any explanation. Du Jingting believed him. He believed in his son's character and that his son would not lie to him. On the contrary, he had already experienced Zhang Changzong's savagery. He believed that his son had indeed been wronged in this matter. Du Wentian also said that the rumors about Zhang Changzong and Sheng Guanwan in the workshop had nothing to do with him. He had only heard about these rumors from others, and he had no intention of spreading them to slander them. It was only because Zhang Changzong had been relentless in the Bo Palace. Beating him up was a small matter, but it had caused the Du family to lose face. Du Wentian was furious, and in order to vent his anger, he said these words. Du Jingting believed him again. He felt that his son had always been sensible and righteous. It was impossible for him to commit such despicable acts. It was all because Zhang Changzong was too savage, and his son was unable to seek justice from the powerful Zhang Changzong. That was why he had spoken disrespectfully. It was to vent his anger and also to protect the family. After Du Jingting's anger subsided, he listened to his son's reasonable explanation. Instead, he felt that his son had been wronged, and as a father, he was unable to redress his son's grievances. He felt apologetic. However, as a strict father, Du Jingting would never let his son know how he felt. He still made Du Wentian kneel for 6 hours in front of the ancestral shrine as an apology. Only then did he have someone bring Du Wentian to him. Du Jingting's heart softened when he saw that his son had knelt for too long. His footsteps were unsteady, and he had to be supported by 2 people to enter the study. When he saw that Du Wentian was about to kneel, he hurriedly said, "Forget it. You must firmly remember today's lesson. There's no need to kneel." Du Jingting had 2 family members bring a chair for his son and ordered them to withdraw. Only then did he say to Du Wentian, "Zhang Changzong wanted us father and son to gather guests from all over the world to apologize to him. He specified that the place would be the residence in E Square. That house has already been lent to Prince Consort Wu. Although the house belongs to my Du family, Prince Consort Wu is the current owner of that house. If my Du family were to apologize to Zhang Changzong there, we would definitely offend Prince Consort Wu." Du Wentian calmed down when he saw that his father wasn't going to continue scolding him. Instead, he had something to discuss with him. He said, "Since that's the case, why don't we choose another residence? Why can't we invite him to Fan Chuan for the banquet?" Du Jingting sighed and said, "My dear son, can't you tell? Zhang Changzong isn't making things difficult for you just because of your criticism of him. Ever since our Du family welcomed Prince Consort Wu and his wife to E Square, we've already offended him." Du Wentian suddenly understood. Du Jingting continued, "Second Zhang's arrogance won't last long. However, the current second Zhang isn't someone our Du family can handle. Therefore, we have no choice but to agree to Zhang Changzong's request. But if we agree just like this and offend the Wu family, our Du family's losses will outweigh our gains." Du Wentian didn't know what to do after hearing this and couldn't help but ask, "Then what should we do?" Du Jingting stroked his beard and said softly, "I've thought about it carefully and have come up with a plan. If we ask Prince Consort Wu to be the host and host this apology banquet under the guise of mediating, then wouldn't it be reasonable to hold the banquet in and E Square? This way, not only would it not make Prince Consort Wu lose face, it could also be considered an explanation to Zhang Changzong. How could he let his father shamelessly do such a shameful thing? Naturally, he, as his son, had to take responsibility for it." Du Wentian understood and immediately said, "Your son will return to E Square first thing tomorrow morning. I'll definitely make Prince Consort Wu agree." Du Jingting worriedly said, "Your injuries," Du Wentian said. "They're just some flesh wounds, nothing serious." Du Jingting nodded and got up from his seat. He walked to Du Wentian's side and lightly patted his shoulder before slowly walking out of the study. The next morning, Wu Chongxuan ordered people to prepare horses, saying that he had an appointment with Wei Derui, Zhu Hongjun, Wu Shaohan, and the others to visit Mount Zhongnan. The steward of the residence hurriedly reminded him, "Prince Consort, didn't the Du residence send news yesterday that the Du family's young master is here today to ask Prince Consort to mediate the grudge between him and Zhang Fengqin?" Wu Chongxuan slapped his forehead with an "ah" and said, "That's right. How could I have forgotten about this?" "Forget it. When he arrives, I'll bring him to see the princess and let the princess decide. Quickly prepare the horses." The steward acknowledged and hurriedly left to prepare. About an hour later, Wu Chongxuan left the Du residence in E Square with a dozen or so guards and galloped away. About an hour after Wu Chongxuan left, Du Wentian arrived at E Square. When he asked about Wu Chongxuan's whereabouts, the steward of the princess residence said, "Prince Consort Wu had an appointment with someone early in the morning and went to visit Mount Zhongnan. Before he left, he instructed that if young Master Du has any matters, you can discuss it with the princess. The princess's decision is the prince consort's decision." Du Wentian had always been thinking about Princess and Lu, but ever since he returned from Longqing Square, and Lu refused to see him, Du Wentian could only sigh helplessly. Now that he heard that he had a chance to see Princess and Lu openly, Du Wentian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the steward to inform the princess that Du Wentian requests an audience." The reason why Princess and Lu seduced Du Wentian was because he was handsome, generous, and attentive, which suited her very well. Moreover, if she wanted to assassinate Yang Fan, she would need to rely on Du Wentian. Unexpectedly, this person was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. In bed, he could not be called a great man and could not do anything well, and Lu was disgusted and naturally abandoned him. After Princess and Lu refused to see Du Wentian again, the news from the outside kept coming into her ears. Only then did she know that Du Wentian had tampered with her plan without permission and replaced the adulterer, Yang Fan, with Zhang Changzong. She was even more furious. But when she heard that Zhang Changzong had made things difficult for the Du family, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. She was worried that Zhang Changzong had pressured the Du family too much and Du Wentian would have no choice but to reveal her his accomplice. Her brother and sister had died in Zhang Changzong's hands. In the end, it was only because they had ridiculed Zhang Changzong. But she had deliberately slandered and killed Zhang Changzong. Even though this was not her intention, the person she wanted to harm was Yang Fan and not Zhang Changzong. She had never thought of taking revenge for her brother and sister and did not have the courage to go against Zhang Changzong. All of this was done by that ungrateful Du Wentian. But would Zhang Changzong believe her? Princess and Lu started to regret being so heartless towards Du Wentian. If he still had feelings for her, he would not have betrayed her so easily. But she had already given Du Wentian the cold shoulder. Du Wentian had been in Fan Chuan's residence for the past 2 days, and she couldn't contact him. She didn't know if he had sold her out. Princess and Lu was feeling uneasy, but when she heard that Du Wentian wanted to see her, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She immediately got someone to invite him over. After the steward left, Princess and Lu thought for a moment, then took off her outer garment and changed into a thin, soft silk gown that was only suitable for couples in the inner chambers and private residences. She lay down on the Luohan couch and pulled the silk gown up a little, revealing a pair of sparkling and translucent jade legs. "Princess, because Lu had been treating him coldly for the past few days. The moment Du Wentian entered the inner chambers, he lowered his brows and put on a respectful expression, afraid that he would be thrown out by Princess and Lu before he could say anything. But when he raised his head and saw Li's indescribably flirtatious appearance, his throat tightened and he was stunned. Lu looked at his mesmerized appearance and was secretly pleased. She rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen it before." She reached out and picked up a peeled lychee from the table beside the couch and held it between her lips. She took a small bite and the juice splashed onto her lips. She stuck out her agile tongue and licked it lightly, saying in a sweet voice, "I heard that Zhang Changzong made things difficult for you, and I was very worried. Luckily, you are fine. Come, if you have anything to say, come to my side and say it." And Lu patted the side of the couch with lustful eyes and moved her thighs slightly. Her posture was indescribably seductive. Du Wentian's face turned red, and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He slowly took 2 steps forward and said with a trembling voice, "Princess!" Before he finished, he pounced over like a hungry wolf. The sound of hoofbeats in front of the Du residence was like the rain. Wu Chongxuan, who was said to have gone to Mount Zhongnan, suddenly appeared. Wu Chongxuan's horse had not yet stopped when 2 strong warriors jumped off their horses and went to the front of Wu Chongxuan's horse. One grabbed the reins and the other knelt on one knee. Wu Chongxuan tilted his leg and stepped on the warrior's back. In 2 steps, he leaped up the stairs and rushed inside. His hand was still tightly holding onto the horsewhip. More than 10 armed guards followed him in. When the doorman saw that the prince consort had returned, he hurriedly came forward and said with a smile, "Prince consort, didn't you go to Mount Zhongnan? Why are you back so soon?" Wu Chongxuan's face was as calm as water and said loudly, "Stop talking nonsense and immediately close the door." Wu Chongxuan rushed to the back of the residence with 5 or 6 guards following closely behind. The rest of the guards rushed to the west wing. Ever since the residence was lent to Wu Chongxuan, the people in the residence had changed. However, the west wing was still empty. In the past, Du Wentian and his entourage lived there. Now that Du Wentian was here, his entourage also went there to rest. Chun Jia and 3 other Du residence guards were sitting and chatting under a tree in the courtyard. Suddenly, a few guards from the princess's residence rushed in. He recognized one of them and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Dan, why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter?" That guard, surnamed Dan, usually talked and laughed with him and had some friendship with him, but at this time his face was dark and he didn't say a word. When he got close, he suddenly leaped up and dashed in front of Chinjia. Before Chinjia could react, he kicked Chinjia's chest, causing Chinjia to let out a muffled groan, and his whole body was sent flying. Chinjia fell to the ground with a bang and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said with a dying breath, Brother Dan, what are you doing?" The one surnamed Dan shouted sternly, "Capture all of them!" The other 3 Du residence guards had just put their hands on the hilt of their swords when a few sharp long swords were already at their necks. When Wu Chongxuan saw the secret letter, he could not help but be dubious. When he heard from Qing that Du Wentian used to enter the princess's private chamber frequently, and every time for more than an hour, his suspicions grew. But just based on these, he did not dare to be sure and did not dare to question Enlil without any concrete evidence. To catch a thief, to catch a thief, to catch an adulterous couple, he must have concrete evidence. Wu Chongxuan moved like the wind, and along the way, he would rush away any maids or palace servants he saw. When he finally rushed to Princess and Li's door, he suddenly hesitated. He had placed eyes and ears on the streets beforehand, and the moment Du Wentian entered the residence, he hurried back. His speed was a little too fast. Even though Du Wentian and Enlil had an affair, he had other important matters to attend to today. The 2 of them would not be in a hurry to make up just because of the passion of adultery. If he were to barge in now, and the 2 of them were just sitting and chatting, speaking of Wu Chongxuan's henpecked nature, there was no one else in the world that could compare to him. Now that he was at the crucial moment to catch the adulterous couple, he became timid, afraid that he would not be able to catch anything and would be scolded by Enlil. Just at this moment, he faintly heard an ecstatic moan coming from the room. Wu Chongxuan's heart shook, and without thinking, he pulled open the barrier door. Once Wu Chongxuan rushed in, his family warriors pulled the door open from outside and stood in front of the door, even though they were very clear why they were here today. But this was the last hurdle that they should not barge in. They could only stand there and leave the rest to Wu Chongxuan to settle. After Wu Chongxuan rushed in, he immediately wanted to go around the screen to catch the thief in the inner chamber, but once he stepped into the room, he was rooted to the spot. Surprisingly, they did not even enter the inner chamber. Right in this central room, right on that archaic couch, They flipped the Luan over the phoenix, entangling with each other. Du Wentian's legs were kneeling on the couch, with his chest exposed. On his shoulders was a pair of white and tender feet, like two shy little flowers in the wind and rain. On the couch, the white robes and pink clothes were tangled together, appearing to be a mess. In the mess, the pink and curved jade thighs were half hidden, incomparably lustful and seductive. Because of Wu Chongshuan's sudden intrusion, the two people on the couch were stunned. They maintained the position of intercourse and did not think to separate for a moment. Ah, what a thief! Wu Chongshuan was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He rushed up and heavily punched Du Wentian's cheek. Du Wentian's head jerked violently and 2 teeth and blood flew out in a parabola. His entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Wu Chongshuan quickly caught up and swung the horsewhip in his hand. Just as Du Wentian raised his arms to protect his head, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body bent over, allowing Wu Chongshuan's whip to ruthlessly strike his head and back, not resisting in the slightest. Wu Chongshuan's boot was stepping on his crotch. Du Wentian felt a pain in his balls and almost suffocated from the pain. How could he care about the whip that was hitting his body? Wu Chongshuan grinned maliciously as he stepped on Du Wentian's crotch. Suddenly, a faint piu sound was heard as one of Du Wentian's balls was crushed by Wu Chongshuan. Du Wentian let out a muffled groan and fainted. While Wu Chongshuan was torturing Du Wentian, Princess Enel had already calmed down from her panic. She hurriedly climbed up and put on her dress. When Wu Chongshuan realized that Du Wentian had already fainted and turned to glare at her, Princess Enel was already extremely calm and elegant. She was like a cold and inviolable fairy. Wu Chongshuan's cheeks twitched as he closed in on her step by step. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he said, "And Lu, what have you done?" And Lu sneered and looked at him with disdain. She nonchalantly tidied up her clothes and said, "What have I done? Don't put on airs in front of me. Do you think that I will be afraid of you just because you are acting like this? Do you dare to say that you have never flirted with other women outside? Humph!" Wu Chongshuan angrily roared, "Ever since I married you, I have never touched another woman." And Lu tied up her hair and took a hairpin from the side of the couch to pin her hair. She glanced at him and said, "Keeping yourself pure for me? Who cares? Why are you staring at me? You have some guts to actually stare at me now." Wu Chongshuan was extremely furious. He suddenly raised his hand. Princess Enlu puffed out her chest and faced him. She proudly raised her face. Her face still had a tinge of spring pink. "What? You want to hit me? Do it. Wu Chongshuan, if you don't dare to do it, you are a tortoise bastard." Wu Chongshuan was so angry that his whole body trembled. You! Princess Enli's expression changed. She suddenly raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped his face. She scolded, "Bastard! Where did you go when you were kneeling at my feet and begging me to take pity on you? Begging me to marry you? How dare you bare your fangs and brandish your claws at me now?" The more Princess Enlu spoke, the angrier she became. She turned her hand and slapped his face again. Wu Chongshuan stood there in shock. He had a helpless look on his face. The awe-inspiring aura he had when catching an adulterer was long gone. Princess Enlu coldly said, "I am going to take a bath. If you are not convinced, go ahead and write the divorce papers. Just say that I, Enlu, am not a woman and divorce me back to the Li family." Princess Enlu flung her sleeves and walked away. After a few steps, she stopped and said without turning her head, "Drag that Dugai out. Both of you disgust me." There was a saying in Buddhism, the cycle of karma and retribution. It was unknown if it was because Wu Zetian had tricked the Li family too much. Now, the ladies of the Li family were trying their best to defile the men of the Wu family. Princess Taiping was like this, and Princess Enlu was even more so. Wu Chongxuan angrily ran over to catch them in the act. Li Guer, who had been caught in the act, slapped him twice and went to take a shower as if nothing had happened. Wu Chongxuan stood there for a long time. He did not have the courage to chase after his wife and make things difficult for her. He slowly turned around, bent over and grabbed Du Wentian's hair, then dragged him out. Chapter 1043. That afternoon, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout Chang'an. Prince Gaoyang Wu Chongxuan was asked by the young master of the Du family to visit Zhang Changzong at the center of the Longqing pool in an attempt to mediate the feud between Zhang Changzong and Du Wentian. However, Zhang Changzong flatly refused and returned empty-handed. Zhang Changzong then announced that the feud between him and Du Wentian had long been settled and he was willing to let them go. But the Du family had to make a public apology to clear the names of him and Shangguan. Therefore, there was no need for anyone else to mediate. He also said that he had already made it clear at the Xinchang restaurant that the Du family had to publicly hold a feast to apologize within 3 days at the Du family mansion in Ani Lane. This matter could not be changed. Tomorrow was the deadline. If the Du family did not comply, he would pursue the matter to the end and let the Du family know how powerful he was. It was already evening when Du Jingting received the news. The news was brought back by the servants and stewards who had gone to Chang and to deliver invitations to friends. Du Wentian himself did not send the news back in time. He did not return at all. Du Jingting was angry and anxious. He quickly drove to Chang, but the gates were already closed when he arrived. Du Jingting could have opened the gates based on his status and influence. However, the imperial army was now interfering in Chang'an's defense. Du Jingting had just defended Zhang Changzong and did not want to invite trouble at this time. He did not want Zhang Changzong to have more evidence against him, so he could only return unhappily. The next morning, Du Jingting drove to Chang, and again, when he arrived at Ani Lane to visit Wu Chongxuan, he did not see his son Du Wentian. Wu Chongxuan was very courteous to Du Jingting. He invited him to take a seat, then said, "Yesterday, your son came to this prince to explain his difficulties. This prince knows very well that Zhang Changzong's actions are not only to make things difficult for your Du family, but also to show his power to this prince. This prince has gone to Longqing Pool to visit him." This Zhang Changzong, Wu Chongxuan frowned and said unhappily, "Zhang Changzong is extremely arrogant. He did not agree to let me mediate at all. When I returned, I told your son the result. He was greatly disappointed and left in a hurry. Why did he not report back to Mr. Du?" Du Jingting said shamefully, "My son did not return to Fanchuan yesterday." This old man only heard from the steward that royal prince had come forward to mediate, but Zhang Changzong did not give you any face. This old man drove here early this morning to apologize to the royal prince. As for my son, I have yet to see him." Wu Chongxuan thought for a moment and said, "This matter was caused by him. Your son must be afraid of being reprimanded by old mister, so he doesn't dare to meet him." Du Jingting also thought so. He reckoned that after that unfilial son got the news that Zhang Changzong wasn't willing to let go, he ran off to some gentle village in Pingkong Square to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But could Zhang Changzong's matter be avoided? This child didn't know what was important and didn't take responsibility for his actions. This time, Du Jingting was really disappointed. Wu Chongxuan said, "Old Mr. need not be troubled over this matter. After I came back, I discussed this matter carefully with Enlu. Speaking of which, when I and my wife arrived in Chang, and old Mr. lent us his mansion and treated us warmly. Later, he helped us hold a banquet in the Aquamarine Palace. He was very sincere. In the end, the Aquamarine Palace caught on fire. Because it was difficult to ascertain who was responsible, the Du family suffered a great loss. This prince didn't say it, but I understand. Now that Zhang Changzong is so aggressive, it's admittedly because young Master Du said the wrong thing. But does he really think that this prince can't see through his intentions? Mr. Du, you can take this mansion and use it Du Jingting had come because of this difficult matter, so he was both surprised and delighted to hear this. However, he still had to decline verbally and hurriedly said, "But it won't look good on the royal prince." Wu Chongshuan smiled faintly and said, "Is this prince's face not as good as the Du family's kindness to me? Don't worry, this prince will remember this debt on Zhang Changzong and definitely won't become hostile to the Du family because of this." Du Jingting hurriedly rose and bowed deeply to Wu Chongshuan. He said, "This matter was caused by my son. Since the royal prince is so magnanimous, this old man is truly ashamed." Wu Chongshuan laughed and raised a hand. "There's no need for the old sir to be so polite. In that case, old sir should start preparing. This prince and Enlu will leave immediately." Du Jingting said uneasily, "It's still early in the morning. Has the royal prince already found a place to move? Will you have time to move?" Wu Chongshuan said, "The luggage can be moved slowly. This prince can't be bothered to see Zhang Changzong's swaggering face and will leave first. Speaking of which, this prince has long intended to stay with Enlu at the Hot Spring Palace, later known as the Clear Flower Pool, for a few days. This is a good opportunity to take a walk there." Du Jingting said gratefully, "In that case, this old man will respectfully send the royal prince off. When the royal prince returns, this old man will still be responsible for this residence. This old man will definitely find a more spacious and luxurious mansion for the royal prince to stay in." Wu Chongshuan smiled. "Good. I heard that old Sir Du's 60th birthday is in half a month. During this time, this prince and Enlu will stay at the Hot Spring Palace. Doesn't Zhang Changzong want to see our Wu and Du families fall out? At that time, this prince and Enlu will personally go to Fanchuan to celebrate old Sir Du's birthday." Du Jingting's heart was filled with excitement. He bowed to the ground and did not say a word of thanks. Everything was said without words. Today was the day the Du family would publicly apologize. Zhang Changzong was so excited that he woke up early in the morning. In the beginning, he had indeed wanted to wash away the stain on his name, but now he had discovered that he could make use of this matter to weaken the Wu family's influence and strengthen the second Zheng's power in Chang. And if the local power in Chang and was said to be a local snake, then the Du family was the head of this local snake. If the Du family was unwilling to submit to him, he could use this matter to ferociously attack them. By attacking the Du family, he could intimidate the local power in Chang and then get more people to attach themselves to him. If the Du family was pressured and agreed to hold a banquet in Ani Square, then it would be a slap in Wu Chongshuan's face and cause the Wu and Du families to fall out. At the same time, this was tantamount to announcing to the world that in this confrontation, the Zhang family was suppressing the Wu family. Wu Chongshuan was not an ordinary Wu family descendant. He was the crown prince of Liang and the eldest son of Wu Sanxi, who had the highest status and the greatest power in the Wu family. The significance of this was even greater than suppressing the Du family to submit. This was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. No matter which side you looked at it from, it was 100 benefits and no harm to the Zhang family. Zhang Changzong could not help but feel proud of himself. He suddenly realized that the power struggle in the officialdom was nothing more than this. He had already grasped the knack of it and could swim freely in the officialdom. Zhang Changzong woke up in the morning and first washed off the cosmetic ointment he had applied to his face the night before. After eating breakfast and dressing neatly, he sent someone to invite Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner was also a victim of the rumors and naturally had the right to seek justice from the Zhang family. However, Shanghai Wanner politely refused and said that everything would be handled by Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong already knew that Shanghai Wanner would do this. As a woman, it was naturally not suitable for her to appear in public in this kind of situation. Shanghai Wanner did not go, so Zhang Changzong went to invite Yang Fan. This time, he did not send someone to invite him. Zhang Changzong personally rushed over. When he arrived, he did not allow any explanation and pulled Yang Fan away. Zhang Changzong did this. He said that he wanted to find a witness, but in fact, he wanted to pull Yang Fan into the water. Yang Fan was someone he had always strived to win over. If Yang Fan accompanied him today, it would give others the feeling that between the Wu family and the second Zhang family, Yang Fan was closer to the Zhang family. This would force Yang Fan to have no choice but to lean towards him. The more Zhang Changzong thought about it, the more pleased he became. He realized that he was already a very brilliant strategist. This made him feel as if he was floating in the air when he boarded the carriage. This feeling of contentment lasted until they left the island in the middle of the lake and walked to the end of the long causeway that led to the island. There were 2 rows of large locust trees at the entrance of the long causeway. Because there were only 2 aristocratic villas on the Longqing Pond, and the surrounding mansions had just begun to be built, this area was very deserted. When Zhang Changzong's honor guard walked to the intersection, someone suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and then the entire convoy stopped. Surprised, Zhang Changzong poked his head out of the window and saw that the troops had already stopped. The guards had surrounded his carriage and pulled out their swords one by one. Zhang Changzong quickly retracted his head, but he immediately realized that it didn't seem like he was being attacked. Moreover, the guards had already formed a tight defense, so there wouldn't be any danger. Zhang Changzong poked his head out again and looked in the direction that the crowd was looking at. He could not help but cry out in surprise. He found that there was a person hanging from the branches of the old locust tree on the roadside. That person had long hair and was wearing a blood-stained robe. His feet were hanging in the air and his body swayed gently with the breeze. Yang Fan quickly got out of the carriage and ordered the guards to untie the person hanging from the tree. Zhang Changzong's guards did not move from the carriage. Ren Wei jumped up and waved his sword in the air, cutting off the belt tied to the tree branch. There were another 2 guards below who accurately caught the person falling from the tree. As soon as the hanging person was caught in their hands, they knew that this person could not be saved because his body was already stiff. Yang Fan walked over under the protection of several guards. Ren Wei brushed away the long hair covering the person's face. Yang Fan leaned over to take a look and could not help but gasp. Zhang Changzong leaned out the window and raised his voice. Erlang, can the person who hanged himself be saved? If it can't be saved, just ignore it. Go to the front and inform Basho to report to the authorities. We still have to hurry. Yang Fan walked to the side of his carriage and said with a solemn expression, Lulang, I'm afraid we don't need to go to Ani Lane. Zhang Changzong asked curiously, why is that? Yang Fan said, because the person who hanged himself is due Wentian. What? Zhang Changzong was shocked. He quickly got out of the carriage and parted the crowd to see the corpse. The corpse was indeed Du Wentian. The white robe on his body was already mottled with blood. Ren Wei carefully examined the corpse. Du Wentian's body was badly mutilated. His eyes were smashed, his tongue was cut off, and even his crotch was gouged into a bloody hole. He had become a dead eunuch through and through. Seeing such cruel means, Zhang Changzong's face turned pale with fright. He cried out involuntarily, how could this be? Who is so vicious? Yang Fan looked at him sympathetically and did not speak. Zhang Changzong slowly calmed down. He suddenly understood that his trouble had come. Chapter 1044. Wu Chongxuan took his wife to the hot spring palace, which later became known as the Huaqing Pool. Du Jingting sent Wu Chongxuan and his wife away and immediately began to prepare an apology feast. At the same time, he sent someone to look for his son. As he was preparing, the officials and nobles of Chang, and arrived one after another. They were all invited by the Du family, and their attitudes toward this matter could be roughly sensed from their identities. Those who had a close relationship with the Du family or were dependent on the Wu family mostly sent their nephews as a token of appreciation. This apology banquet was a humiliation to the Du clan and a slap to the Wu clan's face. Those who had friendly relations with the Du clan or relied on the Wu clan naturally wouldn't send out their clan heads or highly respected elders to support Zhang Changzong. Even those who were loyal to the Li family mostly sent their nephews as representatives. Although the Wu and Li families fought openly and secretly, they shared a common hatred for the second Zhang. The 5 sons of the Prince of Xian only sent their youngest brother, Li Longfan, to go through the motions. This was a Jun prince, and Du Jingting had to personally welcome him. Du Jingting had just welcomed Li Longfan in when Longqing Square sent someone to report. Basho of Longqing Square sent a shopkeeper who rode a mule to Ani Square. The Du family steward who welcomed the guests in front of the mansion came forward and was shocked to learn that the young master had hanged himself. He hurriedly led the servant into the manor. Du Jingting was forcing a smile with Li Longfan when the steward suddenly came in. Du Jingting frowned and apologized to Li Longfan. He walked over and asked in a low voice, "Is Wentian back?" The steward whispered, "Ah Lang, eldest Langjun has been found, but Du Jingting said angrily, "But what? He doesn't dare to come back?" This unfilial son. The Du family has been through ups and downs for hundreds of years. There have been times when we were 10 times more embarrassed than today. What is there to be afraid of? As long as he doesn't admit defeat and doesn't give up, no one can trample on the Du family with his pride and ambition. What's the big deal about a temporary setback? The steward found it hard to speak, but he had to. He lowered his voice and said bitterly, "Ah Lang, eldest Langjun, he hanged himself by the Longqing Pond." What? Du Jingting felt as if he had been struck by lightning and staggered a few steps back. His vision darkened, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Li Longfan reacted quickly and rushed forward to support him. "Ah, yeah." Yang Dyer opened her small mouth and made a few babbling sounds. Yang Fan gently pushed a scarlet ball, decorated with tassels, hanging above the small bed. The red ball swayed, and Yang Dyer immediately stopped making noises. She just stared at the red ball blankly with a pair of lacquered eyes. Wanner stood at the side and smiled. Dyer is more obedient than her sister when she was young. I remember when Si Rong was her age. Although she wasn't as naughty as Ninzu, she still cried a lot. Xiao Man was exhausted. Dyer is very obedient, as long as she is fed and clean. She will not cry or make a fuss. At most, she will squeak a few times. Once you coax her, she will become obedient. Yang Fan smiled and said, "It's her own good to have children." Dyer is indeed obedient, but if she is more naughty than Si Rong, you should praise her for being lively and energetic. Wanner wrinkled her nose at him. She bent down to look at her beloved daughter and kissed her on the cheek. She raised her head and saw Yang Fan's thoughtful expression. She knew his mind was wandering. She didn't know what he was thinking about. She stopped smiling and asked with concern, "What is it? Is the matter with Du Wentian very troublesome?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "Even if there is trouble, it's not my trouble. I am thinking about something else." Yang Fan gently stretched out a finger and touched Dyer's palm. Dyer, who was looking at the red ball curiously, immediately held his finger with great strength. Her eyes did not move away from the red ball, but she had already opened her mouth and showed a silent smile. Her smile was a natural reaction of happiness. It was not because she knew that her father was teasing her. Yang Fan still smiled back at her and said slowly, "I am thinking about should this trouble fall on Zhang Changzong or Wu Chongshuan. Of course, Zhang Changzong should be the scapegoat." Shinmu rested his head on Chi-Chi's soft and plump thighs. His precious son was trying his best to climb over his thighs. His chubby arms and legs struggled for a long time, but the thighs in front of him were like a huge mountain that he could not climb over. The little boy angrily raised his head and howled. Chi-Chi wanted to help him up, but Shinmu pushed her away and said, "Don't worry about it. Let him climb on his own. This son should not be spoiled. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will become a piece of trash like Du Wentian. That would be a disaster for us." Chi-Chi glared at him and said unhappily, "Go. My son will not grow up to be that kind of wastrel." But in the end, she did not help her son. The little boy howled. Seeing that his parents were not willing to help, he widened his eyes, pursed his lips, and continued his great undertaking. Chi-Chi combed her hair and said softly, "Why do you think it is better to let Zhang Changzong be the scapegoat?" Shenmu said leisurely, "What good is there if this matter is revealed? The Du clan would hate Wu Chongxuan for this. But so what if he hated Wu Chongxuan? Even if Wu Chongxuan killed Wu Chongxuan to vent his anger, could the Du clan really use the heir of Prince Liang as an apology? The final result of this matter is that the Wu family, the Li family, and the Du family will become the laughingstock of the world. The Du family, as a large family in Guangzhou, will become enemies with the Wu and Li families. The Wu and Li families will completely break off this marriage alliance because of Enli's adultery, allowing the second Zhang family to reap the benefits. The second Zhang family is the biggest variable in the future and is also the variable that we cannot control. Promoting the Wu and Li families' alliance and eradicating the second Zhang family's influence is a plan that we have long formulated. We cannot change it casually. Letting him be the scapegoat is the most beneficial for us." Chi-Chi patted her son's soft, but to show encouragement, and said to Shenmu, "Are you going to tell Yan Fan this?" Shenmu said, "I do not need to tell him anything, and he does not need my guidance or teachings. He is telling me this matter to tell me that he has already created an opportunity for us. It is not convenient for him to make an appearance, and I should add fuel to the fire. I will make use of this matter to promote the alliance between the Guangzhou local factions and the Wu and Li clans." Chi-Chi sighed and said, "I really do not understand men like you. Why can't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Shenmu smiled and said, "Because he similarly does not want to give me the feeling that the obvious sect is still leading the hidden sect. Treating each other with respect is the foundation to maintain the peace between our two sects, and not relying on our personal friendship. A woman with long hair and big, but like you will naturally not understand such matters." Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him. It wasn't that she didn't understand, but she wasn't interested in such matters. Her interest was in gossip. She curiously changed the topic and asked, "What about Wu Chongxuan? What is he doing now?" Shenmu said lazily, He and Enlu went to the hot spring palace to take a mandarin duck bath." Chi-Chi's eyes let out an excited glow. His wife is having an affair, and he is still going to take a mandarin duck bath? Is he so ambitious? Do you think he will find a chance to drown Enlu? Shenmu said indifferently, "The Clear River Fang clan is a prestigious clan in Shandong, and Fang Xianling is a famous minister. He is in charge of all the departments and has been in charge of government affairs for 20 years. His power is enough to overturn the court, but his daughter-in-law, Princess Gaoyang, is having an affair with a monk, and his son, Fang Yai, is actually guarding the door. He has great power in the imperial court. I always felt that this matter was exaggerated. How could there be such a man in this world? Now, I believe that a person with balls might not necessarily be a man." Chi-Chi burst out laughing and said, "No way. I feel that Wu Chongxuan is able to endure what others can't. He is an outstanding man. You should learn more from him." Shenmu looked at her and said, "You want me to learn from him? What are you trying to do?" Chi-Chi winked at him mischievously and said, "If you are like him, wouldn't I be able to have an affair confidently and confidently?" Shenmu narrowed his eyes and revealed a dangerous expression. "Who do you want to have an affair with?" Chi-Chi tilted her head and calculated. "I can have an affair with anyone. For example, Yang Fan. How about it? Look, he's younger than you, more handsome than you, and he's in a position of power just like you. Not only does he wield great power in the dark, but he's also more prestigious than you in the open. Such a good man, Ayaya." As Chi-Chi spoke, her eyes began to turn watery as if she had fallen in love. Shenmu snorted and said, "All right, then go ahead and give it a try." Chi-Chi pretended to be innocent and asked, "If I really try, what are you going to do? Hang Yong Fan by the Longqing pool and treat me with love?" Shinmu rolled his eyes at her and said, "I will sink you into the bottom of the Longqing pool." Chi-Chi bit her moist lips and said softly, "Are you willing to do that?" Shinmu said with a straight face, "Of course. A man with balls will definitely be willing to do that. I will bite you to death." Chi-Chi showed her power and rushed toward Shinmu with her mouth wide open. However, she only pecked him lightly on the lips in the end. Their precious son panted and finally climbed over his father's legs. He placed his hands on the bed and arched his little butt. He turned his head to look at his parents and smiled proudly. Du Wentian was dead. This cockroach that had been beaten many times, but the more he was beaten, the more tenacious he became. Finally he died. With Du Wentian's death, there was no need to continue the Du family's apology banquet. When Zhang Changzong saw the state of Du Wentian's death, he knew that he would definitely be the scapegoat. Yesterday, Wu Chongxuan had visited the Du family but was arrogantly rejected. He had even spread the news that if the Du family did not apologize, he would not let it go. Then, Du Wentian had been hanged by the Longqing pool. Anyone would think that this had something to do with him. Some people even came to the conclusion that after Du Wentian learned that Wu Chongxuan had tried to mediate but was rejected, he had angrily gone to the island to argue. His words had offended Wu Chongxuan, and he had been humiliated and beaten by him. Du Wentian felt that he had let down his family and had nowhere else to go, so he had hung himself. This rumor had been widely spread in Chang. But when Lu Chechen saw Du Wentian's body at the crime scene, he did not believe it. It was impossible for Du Wentian to have hung himself. When the basho of the Longqing pool heard that there was a murder case, he immediately brought people to the lakeside. When he learned that the deceased was from the Du family of Fanchuan, he knew that this was not something he could handle, so he immediately reported it to the Wan-Yen County. When the Wan-Yen County magistrate heard that the deceased was from the Du family, he immediately went to see the Chang and local government magistrate. Finally, the Chang and local government magistrate Lu Chechen led nearly 100 people, including the judicial military counselor, the imperial judge, the Wan-Yen County magistrate, the Wan-Yen County lieutenant, the patrol inspector, the errand officer, and so on to the Longqing pool. After some investigation, they found 5 dead horses and 4 corpses in the Longqing pool. After identification, the 4 corpses were Du Wentian's attendants. It was even more impossible that they had committed suicide. Du Wentian had brought 4 bodyguards, 5 living people, and 5 horses to die by the Longqing pool. Besides Zhang Changzong, who else could have done this? This was clearly Zhang Changzong's revenge, naked revenge. But if this case was determined to be a homicide, Zhang Changzong would be implicated. Who would dare to interrogate him? Who would dare to interrogate him? Just thinking about Zhang Changzong's backer made people shudder. Lu Chechen, the judicial military counselor, the imperial judge, the county magistrate, the Wan-Yen County magistrate, and the chief of detectives of the torture room gathered together and discussed for a long time. They were not discussing the case at all. It didn't matter how Du Wentian died, and it didn't matter whether they could find the murderer or not. What mattered was how to judge this case so that Zhang Changzong wouldn't be implicated, so that these local officials wouldn't use their small arms to twist the queen's leg. In the end, they reached a unanimous opinion. Du Wentian committed suicide. Du Wentian's tongue was cut off. It didn't matter that his tongue was cut off, because he still had the strength to commit suicide. Du Wentian's lower body was also mutilated. It didn't matter because he wouldn't die right away. As long as his vitality was strong enough, he would be able to take off his belt and climb up a tree to commit suicide. But his eyes were also gouged out, so it wouldn't make sense to say that he committed suicide. A person with his tongue cut off, his lower body mutilated, and his eyes gouged out could still climb up an old locust tree, take off his belt, and hang himself. This was not a small feat if he could commit suicide like this, It would be an insult to the intelligence of the world. But there was no lack of absurd things in the officialdom. When they used some extremely absurd reasons to appease the victims and the people, in fact, they themselves didn't believe that such a ridiculous reason could be trusted. But if they gave you a reason, you didn't have the right to refute the reason he gave you, and that was enough. So the truth of Du Wentian's death was revealed. He committed suicide. But why did Du Wentian commit suicide? If he committed suicide because he was tortured inhumanely, then the government would still have to track down the murderer. The reason why they came up with such an absurd conclusion as suicide was because there was no murderer. Then the problem would return to the starting point. Zhou Yan, the experienced arrester who had worked in the Chang and local government for 30 years, solved this problem perfectly after a careful investigation of the crime scene. The victim's eyes were pecked blind by crows, and his tongue and lower body were eaten by wild cats and dogs. The wounds on his body were all caused by this. Conclusion: the victim was not injured before hanging himself. Lu Chietian was very satisfied with this result. He handed over the task of informing the victim's family to the magistrate. The magistrate then passed the task to the county magistrate. The county magistrate then passed the task to the county lieutenant. The county lieutenant pondered for a while and felt that it was not appropriate to announce the result right away. It would be better to delay the case for a while and then inform the victim's family of the investigation result. The case had already come to a conclusion, but still had to be investigated and tried. This was not uncommon in the officialdom. Du Jingting did not care about the county lieutenant's assurance that the murder would be brought to justice if it was a homicide. When he saw his son's body, he had already determined that the murderer must be Zhang Changzong. He did not expect the officialdom to uphold justice for him, because it was impossible for the officialdom to bring the murderer to justice. He had to take revenge himself. Du Jingting hugged his son's body and cried, "Son, let's go home, let's go home." Du Jingting struggled to lift his son's body. Two family members rushed forward, took Du Wentian's body from his hands, and helped him into the carriage. Du Wentian sat next to his son's body, holding his hand, and swore, "Son, I will definitely avenge you. Does he think he can be safe with the emperor's support? He is delusional. Our Du family has been operating here for hundreds of years. There are some things that even the emperor can't take away unless I am willing to give them up. Zhang Changzong will pay for his arrogance and cruelty." The carriage carried an old man and a dead man, slowly leaving Longqing Lane. As the carriage was leaving, a horse galloped towards them, brushing past them. Wu Zetian sent a messenger, and the messenger went straight to Yang Fan. Yang Fan read Wu Zetian's secret edict and went to see Wan'er immediately. Wan'er read the edict and couldn't help but sigh. She said sadly, "The sage saw through my intentions after all." Yang Fan put his arm around her shoulder and said, "It's okay. Die. I will eventually return to her family. This way, there will be no more twists and turns in the future. Now that the emperor has made such an arrangement, we have a good reason to meet in the future. Isn't it easy for you to see your daughter? As for clearing the Shangguan family's name, there will always be a chance." Wan'er nodded and asked worriedly, "Lang Jun, how do you plan to bring the child back to the Yang family? We can't have a child for no reason. How about adopting him?" Yang Fan said, "That's not appropriate. Why would I adopt a baby out of nowhere?" He paced around the room for a while and suddenly looked up at Wan'er and said, "Don't worry. I have an idea." Yang Fan hurried back to his residence and saw Gu Zhuting sitting in the bamboo forest with her hands resting on her cheeks. Her eyes were full of tears. He didn't know what she was thinking about, but there seemed to be a flash of excitement and joy in her eyes. Yang Fan walked around her twice, but Gu Zhuting still didn't notice. Yang Fan sat down next to her and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Gu Zhuting suddenly woke up and said embarrassedly, "Ah Lang." Yang Fan asked, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Zhuting blushed and shook her head. She said in a low voice, "Nothing. I'm just a little absent-minded." Yang Fan sighed and said to Gu Zhuting, "Ting, there's something that only you can do now." Gu Zhuting straightened her back and asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan said in a low voice, "Pregnant. You have to pretend to be pregnant." Gu Zhuting's face suddenly showed a strange expression. She said hesitantly, "Pregnant." Yang Fan knew that she didn't understand why he had to do this. He was about to explain to her when Gu Zhuting said, I'm really pregnant now." This time it was Yang Fan's turn to be stunned. "Really? You're pregnant. Are you sure?" Gu Zhuting bit her lips and nodded shyly. She said in a low voice, My period didn't come, so I asked Divine Dr. Mu to take my pulse. Divine Dr. Mu concluded that I'm pregnant." Yang Fan was stunned for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh. "Great! Anyway, Xiao Man has already given birth to twins. It's not a big deal for you to have twins. I'm talented, ha ha ha." Chapter 1045. On the 3rd day of the 10th month of the 1st year of Dezhu, Empress Wu Zetian led the court officials to leave Luoyang and head west to Chang. On the 22nd day of the 10th month, Wu Zetian arrived in Chang and pardoned the world, and changed the year to the 1st year of Chang, and Wu Zetian had ascended to the throne in Luoyang, and now she had moved the capital to Chang'an. This was not a simple relocation of the capital. Everyone knew that this meant that the empress, who had taken the Tang Empire from her son, was preparing to return it to her son. After many secret discussions with his trusted subordinates, Wu Sanxi had already adjusted the Wu clan's strategy. He no longer coveted the throne, instead choosing to keep a low profile and consolidate the foundation of his power. He often visited Crown Prince Li Xian, inviting him to travel with him and feasting with him. The two families that were once irreconcilable enemies had now become the best in-laws. In the officialdom, there were no eternal friends or enemies. Whether one was an enemy or a friend did not depend on the relationship between the two parties, but on whether the two parties had common interests. Wu Sanxi was close to Li Xian. On the one hand, he wanted to unite the Li family against the second Zhang, and on the other hand, he wanted to maintain the glory of the Wu clan after the transition of imperial power. After the emperor moved the capital, the military power was divided into three. The South Yamen Imperial Army was handed over to the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall. The North Yamen Imperial Army was still controlled by the Wu clan. The left and right Yulin Guards, which protected the palace, and the 1,000 horsemen camp, which was the core of the Yulin Guards, were controlled by the most trusted generals of the emperor. The throne was no longer with him, so Wu Sanxi had to change his mind. He was determined to strengthen the power of his relatives and control the princes. During the days when the empress moved the capital to Chang, and the court could be said to be peaceful, the most common thing everyone did was visit relatives and friends. After the emperor moved the capital to Chang, and the officials bought houses and land in Chang. The old officials who had moved from Chang and to Luoyang with the emperor had old houses in Chang, and the new nobles built new houses. With the change of the location of the houses, the relationship between the nobles seemed to be changing. Some former enemies became friends, and some close friends became enemies. Of course, the reason for this was not the change in the location of their residences. Instead, as the situation became clearer, they had a new choice. The local powers in Guangzhou also wanted to move. The emperor had just moved the capital, and it was a great opportunity for them to establish contact with the nobles and important officials who had followed the emperor to move the capital. Therefore, they frequently made contact with the important officials of the court. After the pain of losing their son gradually subsided, Fan Chuan and Du Jingting also actively took action. Today, they were inviting their old friend, the current prime minister of the Zhou dynasty, Wei Yuanzhong, to tour Tsuchi. Yang Fan's family was among the first batch of officials to move to Chang. The house that the Yang family had built by the Longqing pool had been completed 2 months ago. It was a small pavilion with windows and rooms connected to each other. Every door was connected to each other. It was extremely elegant and beautiful. In the spacious courtyard, there was an undulating slope on the west wall of the courtyard. Green water surrounded the slope, and the flowers and trees on the slope were lush. There were several green pines and thousands of bamboo poles. Further inside, there were exotic flowers and rare grasses with fragrance. There was a small temple in the middle. Behind the temple, there was an osmanthus tree. Under the tree, Ningke's bones were buried. Except for Yang Fan, who had come to the 4 o'clock sacrifice, this small hill had become the favorite place for Yang Sarong and Yang Yinzu to play. Little Ji, Anu's son, often jumped in his mother's arms and wanted to play with his brother and sister on the slope. However, he was too young and could only watch his brother and sister play freely. Yang Dyer was now raised in the Yang family. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, no one knew that Gu Zhuting was 5 months pregnant. Only when she gave birth in October could it be announced to the public that she had given birth to a pair of twins. At that time, the existence of Yang Dyer could be announced. As for showing it to the public, it had to be a little older so that the ages of the 2 children could be mixed up. Fortunately, Gu Zhuting was a concubine and Yang Fan was a general. He didn't have a deep relationship with the officials in the imperial court. He didn't want to make a big deal, and others wouldn't pay attention to the son and daughter of a concubine in the Yang family. Now, the Princess Annel's mansion on the left side of the Yang family's mansion had been completed. The 5th prince's mansion on the right side was just half built. Behind Yang Fan's mansion, there was also a big construction going on. The mansion of Madame Zheng, the mother of Wan was built there. The gate of the mansion faced the other side. The back gardens of the 2 families were only separated by a wall. When the mansion was completed, a corner door was cut in the wall. The 2 families could come and go freely. As long as Wana returned to the mansion, she could easily go in and out of the Yang family's mansion to meet her lover and visit her beloved daughter. On the green slope, there was a small pentagonal pavilion. The pavilion was hidden in among the green pines and cypresses, with a corner of the eaves faintly visible. There were pine and cypress trees, exotic flowers and plants on the slope. In the golden October, the trees were lush, fruits were abundant, flowers were in full bloom, and the fragrance was overwhelming. In the middle of the pavilion, there were 2 cups of tea. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping sat opposite each other, smiling and whispering. Among the flowers, there was the childish voice of a boy occasionally. It was Yang Sarong and Yang Yinzu. They often played in the forest under the care of 3rd sister and Tao Mei. Yang Fan was a little laissez-faire to his son. Although he was very strict in his studies, he usually didn't treat him like a son of an official family or a noble son. At such a young age, Yang Yinzu was already mischievous. He also learned martial arts from his mother and concubine. Compared to the younger Yang Fan, he was more agile. From time to time, he would climb up a tree like an unruly wild monkey. Yang Sarong was also led astray by her younger brother. If Tao Mei and 3rd sister were not paying attention, she would tuck up her red skirt and use her hands and feet to quickly climb up the tree. By the time Tao Mei and 3rd sister were looking around blankly and calling out, "Little lady," she was already sitting on a tree branch. She casually plucked pears and crabapple from her side. She used her red skirt to wipe them and started eating. Princess Taiping took a sip of the glistening yellow tea and said, "Sweetly, you don't say. The way you eat it, when you taste it carefully, it really has a special taste." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I also learned this from others. At first, drinking tea only refreshed my mind, but now I am somewhat addicted." Next to the stone table was a small red clay stove with a teapot on it. Yang Fan sifted a cup of tea for Princess Taiping and said, "Zhang Yiji is preparing to present the Pearl of 3 Teachings to the Emperor as a congratulatory gift for the Emperor's relocation of the capital. This is an important matter of culture and education. The emperor will certainly reward them. According to the previous agreement, you should join forces with the Wu family and persuade the emperor to confer them the title of king." Princess Taiping stretched out her slender fingers and gently placed them on the edge of the green, jade-like cup. She looked at him with her charming phoenix eyes and said, "Do you know how powerful the second Zhang family is now? They are becoming more and more powerful. If the empress pushes the boat with the current and really confer them the title of king, then the second Zhang family will be the next Jun Wang family after the Wu family. At that time, the second Zhang family will be even more famous." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, the emperor will not agree." Princess Taiping slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows and teased, "Oh, that is my mother. It seems that you know her better than I do." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course. Speaking of which, your mother is my mother-in-law. As a son-in-law, if I don't figure out my mother-in-law's temperament and character, how can I please her precious daughter?" Princess Taiping blushed and said coquettishly, "Glib tongue, are you asking for a beating?" Taiping lifted her leg and pretended to kick, but Yang Fan took advantage of the situation by opening and closing his legs. Taiping felt slightly embarrassed and looked around anxiously. She said softly, "Let go of me quickly. It will be embarrassing if your precious son sees it." Yang Fan smiled and said, "The table is covering, he can't see it." As he said this, he clamped his legs even tighter and touched her round thighs even more intensely. Yang Fan's fingertips had just touched the tender flesh on the inside of her thighs when Taiping slapped it away. She blushed and said, "Then tell me, why would the empress not agree?" Yang Fan no longer teased her. He withdrew his hand and purposely brought it close to his nose to sniff, putting on a lecherous look. In return, Taiping rolled her eyes charmingly. Only then did she say, "Did you notice it is true that the speed of the two Zhang's promotion is unparalleled, but the two of them almost never held any real important positions." Princess Taiping gently turned the teacup and listened carefully. Yang Fan said, "Zhang Changzong once went to Yenzhou and Chang, and as an imperial envoy, but these were all temporary missions. Just like when Xue Huai led the army to suppress the Turks, even though he led more than 100,000 soldiers. It was also a temporary mission. Once the war was over, he immediately removed his military power." Princess Taiping raised the teacup and thoughtfully took a sip. Yang Fan said, "In the reign of the empress, on average, there are 5 prime ministers in a year. The great Zhou dynasty's prime ministers change even more frequently. Since ancient times, there has never been a second prime minister. The empress frequently changes the prime minister. Admittedly, it is the result of the fierce struggle between the various factions in the court, but it is also the empress' intention to use this method to firmly grasp power in her own hands. So far, among the royal family and relatives, only Wu Qingxi has held the position of prime minister for a short period of time. Other than him, there is no one else. Although the second Zhang is favored, he has never had the chance to hold the position of prime minister. It can be seen that although the empress is old, some things are still very clear. She knows that if the second Zhang is allowed to interfere with the court too much, it will be a disaster for the court and for themselves. Princess Taiping said, "Su Weiwei and Ji Su have now returned to the capital after the second Zhang's intercession and resumed their important positions. Through the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects, Zhang Yiji has also recruited a large number of scholars and celebrities under his banner. Among them, Zhang Shua, Li Jiao, and the others are all important officials of the court. Li Chongxiu and Yang Zaisi have long attached themselves to the second Zhang. Now, the Wei families Wei Qingqing and Wei Sili are also close to the second Zhang. Among them, there are already 5 people with the status of prime minister. Although the second Zhang has never become prime minister, they have such great power. Shouldn't we be vigilant?" Yang Fan said, "They are in the ascendant of the emperor's favor. Naturally, there will be people who want to curry favor with them, just like Xue Huai in the past. Didn't Liang Wang, Wei Wang, and many other prime ministers do their utmost to curry favor with them? But can the relationship between them be considered a stable political alliance? Moreover, the second Zhang does not understand the art of politics at all. He is unable to truly grasp these powers in his hands. When the wind and the current are smooth sailing, they can still be useful to these people. But once the situation turns against them, these people will definitely scatter like birds and beasts. Moreover, other than political power, the most important thing is military power. On this point, the Empress is even more cautious and never allows the second Zhang to touch it. Obviously, the Empress wants them to walk the path of meritorious officials. If she bestows the title of king on them this time, there will be no more rewards or titles. What will happen in the future? Therefore, you don't have to worry at all. Princess Taiping was convinced, but she said, "Your mouth can even make the dead come alive. Forget it. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Who asked me to be your woman?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "My formidable ability is not just my mouth. I have something on me that can turn the living into the dead." Oh, Princess Taiping raised her eyes in surprise. She heard Yang Fan say with a mischievous smile, "Even if they are not dead, they can make Miss Lingyu cry. I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Princess Taiping's pretty face turned red. She spat, "You're going to die. What nonsense are you talking about?" After saying this, her face turned even redder. Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said gently, "Don't leave today." Princess Taiping looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. She said, "I won't leave. Do you have a place for me to stay?" Yang Fan said, "Yes. I built a red building in Sifang Garden. There is a specially made bed upstairs. The bed is extraordinarily big and sturdy. It can withstand torment." Even though Princess Taiping was usually generous, she blushed at his words. However, her neat white teeth gently bit her plump and sexy red lips. Her charming eyes looked at Yang Fan with watery eyes. She did not say anything. It was obvious that she acquiesced to Yang Fan's request. Right at this moment, a strange cry was heard from afar. "Io, what is this? Ah, you little beast." Yang Fan was startled. He said in surprise, "Wu Yizong." Then there was the sound of a child's laughter. There was also a woman who repeatedly said, "Sorry, sorry." Yang Fan said hoarsely, "It's Nianzu and third sister. You wait here. I'll go take a look." After saying that, he flew away toward the source of the sound. Chapter 1046. Wu Yizong stood at the foot of the wall, annoyed. Today was the opening day of the Duke and Lu residence. Princess and Lu and her husband sent out invitations, inviting guests and friends to celebrate the moving in. Wu Yizong was also invited, but because it was still early, the banquet had not started yet, so Wu Yizong, Wu Yuji, and a few other brothers from the same sect were strolling and chatting, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Princess and Lu residence, and chatting about some things. Unexpectedly, when they were at the foot of the high wall, a pillar of water suddenly fell from the sky. Wu Yizong's head was splashed by the water. The sky was clear for miles. Why would there be a sudden rain? Just as Wu Yizong was feeling strange, he suddenly felt that the stream of water was a little warm. Wu Yizong hurriedly looked up and saw a stream of water flowing down the wall in a rainbow-like arc. It turned out that someone was standing on the wall and peeing. Wu Yizong was furious. Yang Fan's residence, because the wall was a slope, the outside of the wall was 12 feet high, but the inside of the wall was only 2 feet lower than the top of the wall. Yang Yanzu and his sister were playing hide and seek, but after searching for a while and not being able to find a sister, he suddenly felt the urge to pee and went to the wall to pee. The child was mischievous. Seeing that the top of the wall was not high, he played around and shot the water out of the wall. Who would have thought that Wu Yizong and a few other brothers were walking side by side, and when they reached the bottom of the wall, they were splashed by him. Yang Nianzu heard angry curses and quickly leaned on the top of the wall to look down. He saw a skinny old man with a long beard blowing his beard and glaring, constantly wiping his face and waving his hands, looking very comical. He couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yizong was even angrier. He pointed at him and scolded. "You little beast, you still dare to laugh. Ben Wong will twist your head." Yang Yinzu had never seen such a fierce person before. After being scolded and threatened, his little mouth flattened and he started to cry. At this time, Anu happened to rush over with Yang Ji in her arms. Yang Ji was still young and could not run around, so he followed behind his older brother like a shadow. But whenever he saw his older brother playing on the ridge, he would be extremely envious. He would always jump and run, signaling his mother to carry him over to watch. Anu couldn't dissuade him, so she would always carry him and chase behind Yinzu or Sirong. While Yang Ji watched his brother and sister hide, he was even happier than the two of them playing. At this time, hearing the scolding, Anu quickly carried Yang Ji and walked over. When she saw a skinny and withered old man standing outside the wall, scolding Yang Yinzu to the point of tears, Anu's pretty face immediately sank. The Yang family's women were all protective. Moreover, one was an old and one was a child of an old and a young, so their ages were really disproportionate. How could such an old man be so serious with such a young child? Anu stretched out her hand to pull Yang Yinzu over, wiped his tears, and coaxed. "Yinzu, be good, don't cry, what happened?" "Ingli Yang, Yang 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 Yanxiang, Yang Long of the Yangshin Yang, Yang of Yang, Yin Yang and Yang, Nan Yang, Yang Yang Yang. Yinzu, don't cry, you're a boy. How can you protect your sister and brother if you're so timid? Listen to Nyang. If anyone dares to bully you, use the martial arts Nyang taught you and give him a good slap." Anu turned around and said to Yang Yinzu, "Yinzu, don't cry. You're a boy. How can you protect your sister and brother if you're so timid? Listen to me. If anyone dares to bully you, use the martial arts I taught you and slap him hard." Wu Yizong was about to go crazy from anger and angrily shouted, "Woman, you are so unreasonable. Ask your little beast, what exactly did he do?" Wu Yizong was so angry that his beard was trembling and there were still a few drops of water hanging on it. When Anu saw his disheveled appearance, she had already guessed what was going on. She was annoyed that he was so old, yet he was still arguing with an ignorant child, and his words were so harsh, so she pretended not to know and took the opportunity to mock him. Yang Ji didn't know how to speak, so when he saw his mother's anger, he glared at Wu Yizong angrily and waved his fist at him. Wu Yi frowned. If it was any other matter, the Wu family would not allow anyone to insult them. But Wu Yizong was just unlucky today. That child was only a few years old. Why would he bother? Wu Yi frowned. If it was any other matter, the Wu clan's members wouldn't be humiliated. However, Wu Yizong was truly unlucky today. That child was only a few years old, so how could he be calculative? The higher one's status, the more self-restraint one must have. His behavior was no different from the vulgar commoners in the market. The higher one's status, the more self-restraint one must have. His behavior was no different from the vulgar commoners in the market. Wu Yi advised, "Yizong, this little urchin doesn't understand. Why bother with him? Quickly go wash your face." Wu Yizong flew into a rage. This prince will not bother with a little child, but is that woman also a child? The little one did something wrong, and the big one doesn't know the rules. How can this old man let it go? Today, I want to clarify everything. Who is this family? Wu Yizong didn't know that next to Princess and Li's residence was the residence of his old enemy, Yang Fan. But he knew that to be adjacent to the Princess and Li's residence, it must not be an ordinary family. So he asked about this family's identity. Their quarrel attracted many guests who were strolling in the garden and admiring the princess' new residence. Seeing Wu Yizong's expression, the Chang and prefectural magistrate Lu Xiantian held back his laughter and said, "Your Highness, this is the residence of the loyal general, Yang Fan." Once Wu Yizong heard the name Yang Fan, old and new hatred rose in his heart, and he became even more unforgiving. Anu was also not a person to be trifled with. Hearing him call her a little beast and even scold Yang Fan, She was instantly enraged. She poked her son on the ground and said to Yang Nyenzu, "Nyenzu, look after little brother." Finishing, Anu rolled up her sleeves and was about to jump down to settle the score with the old man. Once little Yang Ji landed, he stumbled and grabbed his brother's clothes and stretched out his chubby little hand to help him wipe his tears. Yang Nyenzu was afraid that his brother would fall, so he quickly held him in his arms. At this time, Yang Fan flew over and hurriedly said, "Anu, what happened?" Just as Anu was about to jump down the wall, hearing Yang Fan's voice, she stopped and angrily said, "Listen, the crazy old man next door is speaking rudely. His curses are really unpleasant." Yang Fan looked over the wall and couldn't help laughing. "Io, great General Wu, Prince Consort Wu, Magistrate Lu, how are you? What a good day it is today. Why are all of you here?" He was a general of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion, subordinate to the Yulin Guards. Wu Yi was his official, so he had to greet him first, followed by Princess Taiping's Prince Consort Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji's wife was currently on this side of the wall. Unexpectedly, this Prince Consort Wu appeared next door. As for the King of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, the two were old enemies, so Yang Fan directly ignored him. Once Wu Yizong heard that Yang Fan deliberately ignored him, he became even angrier and shouted in a stern voice, "Yang Fan, you taught your son well!" He actually stood on top of the wall and peed on this prince's head and face. "What do you say about this?" As soon as Wu Yizong's voice fell, a burst of snickering came from behind him. Wu Yizong angrily turned around and saw many guests gathered there after hearing the news, each with a curious expression, but he didn't know who was laughing just now. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Yang Fan also wanted to laugh, but he quickly restrained himself and called his son over, asking, "Nyenzu, did you really pee on top of the wall?" Yang Nyenzu also knew that he was in trouble, so he lowered his head and stammered, "Yes, but when this child peed, I didn't know there was someone on the other side of the wall." Yang Fan said, "Whether there is someone or not, what you did is wrong. That is someone else's house, not our own. Look, you even peed on someone else's head. This is wrong. In the future, you must not make this kind of mistake again. Come, quickly apologize to this old uncle." "Oh." Yang Yinzu obediently stepped forward, bowed deeply to Wu Yizong under the wall, and said in a childish voice, "This child was rude and offended old uncle. I apologize to you here. Please forgive me." Wu Yi laughed and quickly smoothed things over. All right, which child is not naughty? In fact, the King of Hanoi didn't want to argue, but your son is naughty and your Madame Ru is also a bit protective." So when the words collided, the King of Hanoi was furious. Yang Fan glared at Anu and reprimanded, "Outrageous! It is clearly our child who did something wrong. Can it be over if he apologizes to someone? How can you be so biased? Isn't this teaching the child bad?" Anu said angrily, "This servant didn't want to be protective, but this person is so old, and his mouth is still dirty, disrespectful." Yang Fan said, "So what? Our child did something wrong first. Can't we let others say it? Because others speak rudely, you speak rudely. Then what is the difference between you and others? Quickly take the child back. I will settle the score with you tonight." After being scolded by the man, Anu pouted, picked up Yang Ji and left. Wu Yizong listened to him scolding his wife. No matter how he listened, he felt that it was not right and couldn't help but angrily say, "What? Do you want to just apologize and be done with it? Your son dares to ride on this prince's head and take a dump. You, Yang Fan, are too arrogant. I won't let this matter go." Wu Yuji frowned, whispering, "Yizong, what do you want to do? Don't make a fool of yourself." "Don't worry about it. Who is making a fool of? Who is making a fool of?" Wu Yizong had long wanted to find trouble with Yang Fan, and now that he was finally in the right, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Yang Fan picked up Yang Nyenzu and gracefully leaped down the wall. His movements were extremely nimble. If it wasn't for the current situation, perhaps many of the onlookers would have cried out in praise. Wu Yizong knew that his fists and feet were very strong, so he took 2 steps back in shock. He said in a threatening manner, What do you want to do? Yang Fan sincerely said, My son really did something wrong. Your Highness is an extremely high official, so it is natural for you to be angry after being insulted like this. If you do something wrong, then you have to take responsibility. This Yang has already had my son apologize, and since your Highness feels that it is not enough, then this Yang will hand my son over to your Highness. If you want to hit or scold him, it's up to you. Wu Yizong was stunned. He never thought that Yang Fan would do this to him. Such a small child. How could he hit him? How could he punish him? Yang Fan put down the child and cupped his hands towards him before turning to leave. Yang Yanzu was afraid and quickly grabbed his clothes, pitifully saying, Father! Yang Fan turned around and solemnly said to him, What does father usually teach you? Tell me, peeing on this uncle's head, is it your fault? Yang Yanzu timidly said, Yes. As a man, it is your fault, so you have to take responsibility. Right now, father is handing you over to this uncle to deal with. Are you afraid? Yang Yanzu said, This child is not afraid. Yang Fan smiled and said, That's a good boy. You're not allowed to cry. Yang Yanzu flattened his small mouth and nodded. Yang Fan happily patted his son's tender shoulder and swaggered away. Yang Yanzu was a bit scared, but he worked hard to follow his father's requirements, to be a responsible man. Yang Yanzu clenched his small fists and pursed his lips as he stood there firmly. His small body was like a little white rabbit standing in front of a big bad wolf. He had a 3-piece hairstyle with one on his forehead and one on his left and right, making him look very cute. He was wearing a short jacket embroidered with flowers, birds, and beasts, and a pair of flared trousers. He also had a pair of tiger head shoes on his feet. The solemn expression on his face made him look like a great hero who would rather die than submit. Wu Yizong looked at Yang Fan's back and then turned to look at Yang Yanzu. He couldn't help being dumbfounded. He was a dignified royal prince, and he was already 54 years old. What could he say or do to such a young child? The child's father had already left. Not to mention saying a single harsh word to this child. He would be despised to death by others if he said a single word. In fact, the way the people around him looked at him was already not right. The people attending today's banquet were all members of the Wu family or people who were close to the Wu family. But even these people looked at him with a trace of disdain. The women were even more unreserved. Wu Yizong was an old man and a dignified prince, yet he was making things difficult for such a cute child. The women, who were overflowing with motherly instincts, already used undisguised tones to vent their dissatisfaction at him. Wu Yizong was slightly at a loss. How did things become like this? I originally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Fan. How did it become someone else making things difficult for me? Yang Fan didn't leap back to the Yang residence. Instead, he walked out of Princess and Li's main doors. Once he was out of the main doors, he turned in the direction of his own residence. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the residence, he saw an ox cart coming his way. The cart moved slowly and stopped beside him. An old face poked out from the cart and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Erlang." That face was abnormally old, and his hair was white. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment before he recognized the person in the cart as Du Jingting. Du Jingting was in his early 50s, but he had taken good care of himself and had always been elegant and graceful. Yang Fan hadn't expected that after not seeing him for such a short period of time, he would become like this. Although his son had courted death himself, Yang Fan still felt some guilt when he saw this haggard old man. After Du Jingting said Erlang, he shrank back, obviously inviting him to get on the cart. Yang Fan stepped onto the cart and entered the carriage. Du Jingting silently gestured for Yang Fan to take a seat, and Yang Fan sat down on one of the stools. Du Jingting said in a hoarse voice, Sect Master Yang, This old man wants to deal with Zhang Changzong. Yang Fan wasn't the least bit surprised by his straightforwardness and what he said. He nodded calmly and said, Zhang Changzong is also our enemy. Du Jingting said, It is precisely because of this that this old man has informed you that this old man will soon be making a move against him. Yang Fan frowned and said, You want to deal with him, and so do I. It's not just you and me. In fact, both the Wu and Li families want to move against him. If this was easy to do, the second Zhang would have collapsed long ago. Right now, the second Zhang's imperial favor is flourishing, and we can't be too hasty. If we don't kill the snake, it will instead raise their vigilance. Du Jingting said with a sigh, From what Erling means, you can't give this old man any help. Yang Fan shook his head apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I can't. My every move doesn't represent me alone. I don't think that now is the time to attack Zhang Changzong. Du Jingting nodded and laughed bitterly. He slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, saying quietly, The Wu and Li families also have the same intentions. In reality, this old man also knows that now is not the best time to deal with them. But this old man can't help it. Du Jingting slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Fan with a pained expression. He said, Zhang Changzong is leisurely and carefree in the palace, while my son is slowly rotting in his coffin. I often dream of him. In my dreams, he would ask me tearfully why I haven't avenged him. As Du Jingting spoke, his old tears flowed down. Yang Fan was unmoved and calmly asked in response, So you are willing to risk the future of the Du family? Du Jingting shook his head and said, No. Even if all of my sons died in his hands, I wouldn't let my entire family die with him. I'll be very careful when I make my move. Yang Fan suddenly asked, Before Mr. Du came, did you entertain guests? Du Jingting was dazed. He thought that Yang Fan already knew of his whereabouts. In reality, even though Xianzong was powerful, he would not stare at everyone's whereabouts for no reason. Yang Fan asked this because he smelled the faint scent of alcohol. Du Jingting nodded and said, Duke Wei is this old man's good friend of many years. Today, this old man invited him to tour the Chuqi because he came to congratulate Prince Consort Wu on his move. He came back early. The one that Du Jingting called Duke Wei was naturally Wei Yuanzhong. Wei Yuanzhong was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and the Luantai administrator of the Phoenix Pavilion. However, he had originally been the vice minister of the imperial censor of the austere palace and had been the minister of austere palace for decades. Most of the imperial censors of the imperial censor palace were under his tutelage. Hearing this, Yang Fan already understood what Du Jingting planned to do. He was silent for a moment and then slowly said, If you do not keep this matter secret and fall into the hands of the second Zhang, this Yang will do his best to help you out. Du Jingting said sensitively, Sect Master Yang means that this old man will definitely fail. Yang Fan did not answer. He cupped his hands at Du Jingting and turned to leave the ox cart. Du Jingting was silent for a moment and then lifted his boot to lightly kick the carriage board. The ox cart continued to move towards Princess Annel's residence. When Yang Fan returned to the residence, Xiao Man just happened to come out from behind the screen wall to welcome him. Yang Sarong and Anu followed behind her. Anu was still carrying little Yang Ji in her arms. When she saw Yang Fan return alone, Xiao Man's beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. Lang Jun, where is Nianzu? Yang Fan smiled and said, Nianzu, perhaps he will be back in a while. Yang Ji was lying in his mother's arms and biting his finger. When he saw his father walking over, he immediately opened his mouth and stretched out both hands towards him. Most of his body was stretched out. Yang Fan took him from Anu's arms and carried him with one arm. He strode towards the rear residence. Xiao Man stamped her feet and complained, Lang Jun, how can you be so assured to leave the child with others? Before Xiao Man could finish her words, a clear cough was heard in front of the residence. A cough! Xiao Man and Anu heard the sound and turned their heads. They saw the eldest young master of the Yang family holding a porcelain bowl in his left hand and a soup spoon in his right hand. He was dipping maltose into the porcelain bowl and eating it all over his mouth and face. Wu Yui and Wu Yuji stood on either side of him with smiles on their faces. One was holding a bamboo horse, while the other was holding a windmill. Wu Yui smiled from ear to ear and said, "Lady Yang, quickly take your precious son back." Chapter 1047. Women were like flowers. Women who had been watered by the rain and dew were like flower buds under the sunshine after the rain, tender and beautiful. Of course, Princess Taiping would not really stay in Yang Fan's mansion. She only stayed for a couple of hours and only left in the evening, treading on the sky full of sunlight. Under the sunset glow, Princess Taiping's face was tender and bright red. Her eyes were watery. Her posture and gait carried a bit of languid, amorous feeling. Her body, which had been withered for a long time, really had a feeling of being unable to endure the violent rain and wind. But after the wind and rain, her body and mind were relaxed, unspeakably happy. The green ox pulled the green oil cart and leisurely strolled on Zhu K Street. The wheels rolled and rumbled. In the cart, Taiping was lying on the couch weakly. She seemed to be asleep and awake at the same time. She was soft and powerless until the ox cart, as if it was strolling, went through the side door and directly entered the princess mansion. After Taiping returned to the mansion, she rested for a while and changed her clothes. Then she went to the study and called Mo Yuhan to see her. Mr. Mo's strategy was far-reaching. His temperament was calm. His thoughts were meticulous and meticulous. He handled all kinds of affairs in accordance with Taiping's wishes. Now he had become Princess Taiping's most trusted confidant. As soon as Mr. Mo entered the study, he saw Taiping wearing a bright red peony robe. Her jade-like arms were leaning on the table, supporting her pink cheeks. There was a hint of a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. She was like a peony with dew dripping from the railing, infinitely amorous. As soon as Mr. Mo came in, Taiping hurriedly sat up straight. That languid and enchanting amorous feeling quietly disappeared. But the amorous feelings that could not be hidden at the tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes could not be faded in a short period of time. Mo Yuhan saw it and guessed a bit. He knew that the princess was going to see Yang Fan today. Taiping, as a princess, took the initiative to visit a general. Between the two of them, it could be imagined who was superior and who was inferior. Not to mention that the love affair between Taiping and Yang Fan had already filled the streets. Mr. Mo had also heard of it. In great Mr. Mo's view, it was not unusual for a princess of the Tang dynasty to keep a gigolo, let alone a princess like Taiping who was doted on by thousands. But for such a noble and beautiful princess to be subdued by a man, it was not that she was keeping a gigolo, but that she as a princess had become someone else's mistress. It was very rare. Although great Mr. Mo was old, he was a man after all, so he was very curious about Yang Fan. He wanted to see what kind of person this Yang Fan was to be able to subdue this arrogant princess of the Tang dynasty. As soon as Princess Taiping saw him come in, she sat up straight and resumed her cold and inviolable noble appearance. Taiping summoned him here because he wanted to discuss with him the matter of joining forces with the Wu and Li, two surnamed princes, to present a proposal to the emperor, to plead on behalf of the two Zhangs, to request that the two Zhangs be conferred the nobility. Of course, Taiping would not say that this was her decision after listening to Yang Fan's opinion. She only said that this was her idea, and she was seeking Mr. Mo's opinion. Mo Yuhan listened to her carefully, clapped her hands, and sighed, "Wonderful plan! Princess's move is to advance in order to retreat. It is indeed a wonderful plan." Taiping's bright eyes turned. She laughed and asked, "Oh, does Mr. think this plan will work?" Stroking his beard, Mr. Mo nodded his head gently and said, "Once the two Zhangs are conferred the title of prince, their position will be extremely high. There will be no bestowment, no reward. How will His Majesty win over the two Zhangs? Moreover, to confer the title of prince based on the merit of writing books, it will be very difficult to shut the mouths of the people. The emperor will not agree. That being the case, why don't we do them a favor? Princess, the two Zhangs wrote the letters for two purposes. One is to seize this opportunity to win over the scholars and famous people under their banner. The other is to use the merit of literature and education to seek a promotion. If we do not ask for the title of prince for them, they will certainly ask His Majesty for a reward. If by any chance the emperor conferred a real position on them, even if it will not be as illustrious as a Wangho, it will only give them more power. Weighing the two sides, we will take the initiative to ask for the merit on behalf of the two Zhangs. From the beginning, we will restrict the reward to the title of nobility. It can be regarded as a clever move to advance in order to retreat. When Princess Taiping heard that Mr. Mo's analysis coincided with her beloved's, she was overjoyed. Sweetly nodding her head, she said, "This princess also has this intention. In that case, this princess should notify Prince Liang and my two elder brothers. As soon as the two Zhangs present their letters, I will appear to ask for their merit and reward." Mo Yuhan smiled. In this old man's opinion, it is enough to say a word to Prince Liang. However, Princess should personally pay a visit to the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang and explain the pros and cons to them, dispelling their apprehensions. Only then can they advance and retreat together with Princess. Princess Taiping frowned. She did not like Mr. Mo's beating around the bush. She went straight to the point and asked, "Just what does Sir want to say?" Mo Yuhan said, "If Princess does not explain it clearly to the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, I fear that they will be overcautious and apprehensive. Among the Empress of Heaven's sons, only the virtuous and the magnanimous are worthy. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, whether it is in breadth of mind, bearing, courage, or wisdom, they are far inferior. Alas, it's a pity that your Highness is a woman." Taiping was silent for a long time, then sternly said, "Sir, please do not say such words in the future." Mo Yuhan hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes." Taiping sighed and said, "Sir, please withdraw. This princess still has some matters to take care of." Mo Yuhan nodded, stood up, and walked out of the study. She gently closed the barrier door behind her, and then slowly descended the stone steps. Not far ahead was a garden of chrysanthemums. The chrysanthemums were in full bloom, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. They were surrounded by a bamboo fence. Sir Mo walked over and bent down to pluck a precious chrysanthemum whose stamens were in full bloom, blooming like threads of gold and silver. He brought it to his nose and took a whiff of its fragrance. Then he slowly raised his head and gazed at the azure sky. The sky was clear and blue, and a wisp of white cloud as faint as smoke quietly hung on the horizon. Sir Mo's eyes began to sparkle. He muttered to himself, "Show her if you were still alive, you would be about the same age as the princess." "Father would probably have a grandson long ago." Sir Mo faintly sighed and slowly walked out of the courtyard. He left a chrysanthemum at the side of the garden, crushed into mud by his boots, that morning. During the morning court session, Wu Zetian attended the court session. She had just finished dealing with the state affairs when suddenly a eunuch came to the palace hall to report that Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had finished compiling the Pearl of the Three Sects and wanted to present it to the emperor. In fact, Wu Zetian already knew about this matter. Today, she deliberately arranged for her two beloved to present the book in public. As soon as she heard the news, she immediately issued an edict. Summoned Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong to bring the Pearl of the Three Sects to the palace hall. Not long after, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, dressed in official robes, walked into the main hall with a stack of books in their hands. They bowed to greet Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian happily said, "I heard that the Pearl of the Three Sects has been compiled. This is the first cultural and educational event since I moved the capital to Chang. And today I order the two of you to present the book to the palace hall and share it with all the officials. Yizhi Changzong, the book in your hands is the Pearl of the Three Sects?" Zhang Yiji bowed and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, the book that subject and Changzong are presenting is the table of contents of the Pearl of the Three Sects, altogether 13 volumes. As for the entire Pearl of the Three Sects," Zhang Yiji swept his gaze over all the officials in the hall. He raised his voice a bit and proudly said, "The entire Pearl of the Three Sects has a total of 1,300 volumes. Because the number is too large, I did not bring it to the palace hall." Hearing this, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court could not help but burst into an uproar. Their private discussions turned into a wave of noise that lingered in the imperial court for a long time. Many of the officials knew about the two Zhang brothers' compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects, but they did not pay any attention to these two emperors' gigolos. They only thought that they were just fooling around. Just now they saw the two of them were each carrying a thick stack of books to the palace hall. In their hearts, they were already endlessly astonished. Unexpectedly, there was such a thick stack of books. It seemed like they had really done something. Who would have thought that the two of them were only holding the table of contents of the Pearl of the Three Sects? The entire book was actually more than 1,300 volumes. Wu Zetian laughed out loud and said, "No harm done. Today's imperial court meeting will end a bit earlier. I will take a good look at the entire Pearl of the Three Sects with all the officials. Come, send an order to the imperial supervisor to present the entire Pearl of the Three Sects to the palace hall." Actually, the entire Pearl of the Three Sects had already been transported to the outside of the palace hall. Under Wu Zetian's order, a total of 100 little servants, each holding 13 volumes of the Pearl of the Three Sects, entered in a line. They placed the books on the golden brick floor that was covered with red silk before retreating. The entire offering process lasted for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. When the 100 little servants retreated, the entire Pearl of the Three Sects was spread out on a huge piece of the golden palace hall. It was nearly 2 feet high, and the ground within a radius of several dozen steps was filled with books that were filled with the fragrance of ink. This action of the two Zhang brothers was really amazing. Wu Zetian's royal countenance was delighted. She said in a loud and clear voice, "Writing a book and establishing a theory can be used to recount the past, to reflect on the future, to purify the morals, to educate the common people, to strengthen customs, to correct human relations, to expound on the teachings of the past sages, and to pass it on to the future generations. It can be said to be a great merit. Today, the completion of the Pearl of the Three Sects is indeed a great fortune for our dynasty." Wu Sanci listened attentively and naturally understood that the main point of his aunt's words was the words "a great merit." He couldn't help but think, as Taiping expected, the two Zhang brothers really can't wait to take the initiative to ask for credit. Aunt also intends to reward them generously. I'd better be a step ahead and ask for a title for them. In this way, not only can we sell the two Zhang brothers a good deal, we can also prevent them from being given a real position. Even if we really give them the title of prince, it's still better than letting them be the official seal of some yamen. Thinking of this, Wu Sanci immediately reported, "Your Majesty, I think that those who write a book and establish a theory must be outstanding talents of the time. Moreover, for such a magnificent work to be passed on to the future generations, it is indeed a great merit. The talents who participated in the writing of this book, Your Majesty should reward them generously in order to enlighten them. And the two Zhang brothers who made the greatest contribution can be conferred the title of prince." Wu Sanci's words caused an uproar in the Golden Hall. The court would certainly reward those who wrote a book and established a theory. This was inevitable, but to be conferred the title of prince just because they wrote a book, wasn't this conferment of prince too excessive? However, there were a few people who were more knowledgeable. With a little thought, they understood Wu Sanci's true intentions. Crown Prince Li Xian glanced at the Prince of Xiang Li Dan, and the two of them simultaneously reported, "This subject agrees." Crown Prince Li Xian and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, had already communicated with Princess Taiping. Just as great teacher Mo had expected, Li Xian and Li Dan truly had not expected that the two Zhang brothers would be rewarded generously. They also had not expected that if the two Zhang brothers were to obtain a real position, the consequences would be far more severe than if they were conferred the title of prince. Even though Princess Taiping had earnestly advised them of the pros and cons, the Crown Prince and Li Xian still had many misgivings. They were worried that their fawning in front of all the civil and military officials of the court would harm their reputation. After all, the two Zhang brothers were their mother's gigolo. This was a secret that everyone in the world knew. If they shamelessly fawned on him, wouldn't the entire world laugh at them? Of course. How could those astute ministers not be able to sense the true intentions behind this? As for the clamor of the common people, what use would it be? If their mockery and ridicule were of any use, the two Zhang brothers would have collapsed long ago. The ones who would truly be effective were the nobles and important ministers of the court, and they would only feel reverence for the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang. Unfortunately, even though Princess Taiping had repeatedly encouraged them, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang had still been overtaken by Prince Liang and Wu Sanxi because of a moment of hesitation. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang had only just stepped forward to echo the two Zhang brothers, but they had already lost all meaning in showing themselves to the officials. On the contrary, they gave off the feeling that the two princes were following Prince Liang's lead. When the two Zhang brothers heard that Prince Liang was asking for them to be conferred the title of king, and that the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang were also chiming in, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They knew that they would definitely be heavily rewarded by the emperor, and perhaps they might even be given the position of assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights, or even be conferred the title of marquis. However, they hadn't expected Wu Sanxi, the Crown Prince, and the Prince of Xiang to actually propose conferring the title of king. The two Zhang brothers stared at Wu Zetian in excitement, hoping to hear the word approved from her lips. Confer the title of king. King! If the Zhang clan could have two kings, just how glorious would the Zhang clan be? Wu Zetian gave her nephew Wu Sanxi and her sons Li Xian and Li Dan a meaningful look, causing them to lower their heads in guilt. Only then did she indifferently say, Yi Ji and Chang Zong have rendered great service to the country, but conferring the title of king is no small matter. This is an important treasure of the country, so how can it be taken lightly? This matter can be discussed later. Chapter 1048. After the morning court adjourned, the imperial entourage returned to Changxing courtyard. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong ordered their servants to collect the 1,300 volumes of the Pearl of the Three Sects and led 100 eunuchs to deliver them back to the Fengqian courtyard. After locking them up, they went to Changshan courtyard to see the emperor. The emperor did not immediately agree to confer them the title of Wangwang. The two Zhangs were very unhappy and wanted to strike while the iron was hot, urging the empress to grant this proposal. In truth, Wu Zetian had seen through Wu Sanxi, Crown Prince Li Xian, and Prince of Xiang Li Dan's real intention in electing the two Zhangs as Wangwang. However, it was clear that her own son and nephew were hostile to the two Zhangs, so Wu Zetian could not reveal this to the two Zhangs. As soon as the two Zhangs arrived, Wu Zetian understood their purpose. She smiled and said, Wulong, Lulang, just because you wrote a book, you want to be conferred the title of Wangwang. Are you not afraid of being criticized by the world? We have our own plans for this matter. There is no need for you to say anything. Now that you are at our side, although you do not have the title of Wangwang, you have the title of Qinwang. Is this not enough? Before the two Zhangs could speak, Wu Zetian blocked his mouth and could only stop talking about this matter. The two Zhangs accompanied Wu Zetian for a while. When Wu Zetian was sleepy and wanted to sleep, the two Zhangs left the Changshan courtyard. On the way, Zhang Yiji discussed with his brother and sent someone out of the palace to find Zhang Tongxiu. The two of them ordered their men to leave the palace and were about to return to the Fengqian prison when they happened to see Yang Fan leading 2 imperial guards, walking toward them. As soon as he saw the 2 of them, Yang Fan cupped his fists and laughed heartily from afar. "Wulong, Wulong, congratulations, congratulations! I heard that the Crown Prince, Prince of Xiang, and Prince of Liang jointly elected you as Wang Wang. I am so envious." Zhang Changzong angrily said, "The 8 characters haven't even been set in stone. What is there to be happy about?" Yang Fan was surprised. "Why do you say that?" he asked. "Wulong and Lulang have always been favored by the saints. This time they have performed a great service and have been nominated by the Crown Prince, Prince of Xiang and Prince of Liang. Who would be so ignorant as to oppose them?" Zhang Changzong smiled bitterly and said, "The person who opposes it is the current saint. What can I do?" Zhang Yiji glared at his brother reproachfully, not wanting him to say more. He turned to Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Conferring the title of king is not a small matter. The sage is worried about giving out too many rewards, so he hesitated. In my opinion, your majesty is wise and farsighted, and your thoughts and concerns are far beyond what my brother and I can reach. Naturally, we should follow the wishes of the saint. Actually, I only wanted to make a name for myself by writing The Pearl of the 3 Sects. Now that I have succeeded in writing this book, I can leave my name in history. My wish is fulfilled. As for whether I will be conferred the title of king or not, it doesn't matter." Yang Fan said, "Wulong is open-minded, it is admirable. In this Yang's opinion, if you can be conferred the title of king due to your great contribution, it will be well deserved. However, the Son of Heaven's words also make a lot of sense. If I can't be conferred the title of king this time, my humble opinion is that you might as well settle for the next best thing. If you can be conferred the title of duke, you will only be a step away from the title of king. It will be easy to confer the title of king in the future." Listening to this, Zhang Changzong's eyes lit up. The 2 of them laughed and chatted for a while before Yang Fan cupped his fists and took his leave. As soon as Yang Fan left, Zhang Changzong immediately turned to Zhang Yiji and said, "Wulong, Yang Fan is right. If you and I can't be conferred the title of king this time, we can settle for the next best thing and ask the saint to confer us the title of duke. If there is another opportunity in the future, I am not afraid the saint will not agree to confer us the title of king." Hearing this, Zhang Changzong was also greatly moved. He nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let's wait for De Xiong to arrive and we can discuss this further." Zhang Tongxiu was currently serving as the Assistant Minister of Rites. Normally, he did not have anything serious to do. Suddenly, he received a message asking him to see Heir Zhang. Zhang Tongxiu immediately followed the messenger into the palace. He went to Fengqinjian to see Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong. Heir Zhang wanted him to come because he wanted him to mobilize the Zhang party to put forward a proposal to the Son of Heaven to elect the 2 brothers as kings. How could Zhang Tongxiu have any opinion? His wealth and fame came from Heir Zhang. Since Heir Zhang had a request, naturally Zhang Tongxiu would comply. Zhang Tongxiu repeatedly agreed. He said, "Zhang Shua and Li Jiao were involved in the compilation of the Pearl of the 3 Sects. If we ask them to come forward to ask for the title of king, it would be tantamount to showing off their own merit. It is not appropriate. Let Xiong find Su Weiwei and Ji Su. Tell them to come forward to persuade you." Zhang Yiji said, "All right." Zhang Yiji said, "These 2 people's influence is somewhat weak. Let Wei Qingqing and Wei Sili also come forward. This matter must be struck while the iron is hot. Better sooner rather than later. De Xiong will go back now. Oh, right, tell them to be more flexible. If the title of king is impossible, please confer him the title of duke." Actually, in the beginning Zhang Yiji also wanted an official position in the imperial court, but he did not expect that Wu Sanxi in one step pushed him to the position of a high-ranking minister. Wang Ya, this title of nobility, was something that he could not help but be moved. Therefore, the thought of grabbing an official position in the imperial court had long disappeared without a trace. Right now, he wholeheartedly wanted to be the king. Su Weiwei and Ji Su had used Heir Zhang's connections to return to the capital, so they naturally became Heir Zhang's disciples. However, this was only Heir Zhang's wishful thinking. Su Weiwei was known as the ambiguous hand, always leaving leeway when doing things, so how could he be willing to stand on Heir Zhang's boat? Ji Su had just been riding on the crest of success when he offended Wu Yizong in the imperial court and was demoted and exiled. Now that he had returned, his temperament was much more cautious. They were attached to Heir Zhang, but they were not his staunch allies. Heir Zhang could have used some matters to establish a relationship of common weal and woe with them, thus making them wholeheartedly follow him. But Heir Zhang did not have the means to control people. At that time in the imperial court, Su Weiwei and Ji Su had already guessed the true intentions of the prince of Liang Wu Sanxi, the crown prince Li Xian, and the prince of Xiang Li Dan. In the Golden Hall, they did not say anything in agreement, hoping that Heir Zhang would understand the pros and cons. Who could have expected that Heir Zhang would be blinded by greed? Not only had he not seen through the trap, he was actually extremely passionate about it. Su Weiwei and Ji Su smiled bitterly in their hearts, but they did not want to offend the Wu clan and the Li clan and bind themselves to Heir Zhang. Of course, they would not expose this matter. Since Zhang Tongxiu had an order, they readily agreed. They agreed to write a memorial tonight and present it to the emperor the next day. Wei Qingqing and Wei Sili were brothers born from the same mother. Wei Qingqing was now the assistant minister of the heavenly official. He was in charge of the 3 selections and was a powerful official in the Ministry of Appointments. Wei Sili was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion. He also had a high position in the imperial court and was young and promising. The Wei brothers' father was the former prime minister Wei Siqian. He was also a descendant of the prime minister and came from a family of officials. However, this family of Wei was not the Wei clan of Jingzhou in Guangzhou, but the Wei clan of Hanoi. Their county seat was in Hanoi's Yangguo. The princess consort of the current crown prince, Li Xian, came from the Wei clan of Jingzhou. Thus, the Wei clan of Jingzhou was close to the crown prince and could not be attached to Heir Zhang. Although the 2 brothers from the Wei clan of Hanoi were attached to Heir Zhang, they were not wholeheartedly devoted to him. They were attached to Heir Zhang because Heir Zhang had tried to win them over in many ways. They did not dare to offend him, so they feigned civility. Under these circumstances, even though they could see the intentions of Wu Sanxi, the Prince of Xiang and the Crown Prince, they would not expose the inside story to Zhang Tongxiu. In a short time, Heir Zhang had managed to win over all sorts of talented people, but not a single one sincerely assisted them. As a result, Heir Zhang was the only one who was drunk when everyone was sober. These people received Heir Zhang's signal and naturally began to submit memorials to recommend Heir Zhang. The Crown Prince's faction, the Prince of Xiang's faction, and the Prince of Liang's faction all submitted memorials, one after another recommending Heir Zhang to the Empress for the title of king. Heir Zhang asked around from one and found out that memorials recommending the 2 of them to the imperial palace were pouring in like snowflakes. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. The 2 of them immediately went to see Wu Zetian and presented her with a dance that they had just rehearsed. The 2 Zhang brothers personally took to the stage, pretending to be Hu and doing their best to dance. Although it was the 10th month of autumn, the 2 of them were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Wu Zetian understood why the 2 of them were trying to please her, and she couldn't help but sigh to herself. When the dance was over, Heir Zhang, still dressed in Hu clothing, ran to Wu Zetian's side without changing. One of them massaged her legs, the other massaged her shoulders, attentive to her needs. Wu Zetian was too old, and when she moved from Luoyang to Chang, and she was weary from the long journey. Her body was exhausted beyond endurance, and the matter of bed had gradually faded away. She rarely called them over to make love. Most of the time, she only hugged and kissed them, enjoying the intimate caress of youthful and charming youths. Wu Zetian was very satisfied with Heir Zhang's service. She narrowed her eyes and said, Wulong Lulang, do you really want to be conferred the title of king? Zhang Yiji said obediently, whether to be conferred the title of king or not. Yiji will follow the instructions of the sage. Yiji understands that in this world, anyone who doesn't treat us brothers well is not a sage. The sage cares for us brothers very much, and any decision of the sage must be for our own good. Wu Zetian laughed and poked his forehead. Your little mouth is always so sweet. Zhang Changzong, however, was a straightforward person and said, Sage, I just think that if I can be conferred the title of king, how impressive it would be. Besides, the Wu family has so many nephews, a total of more than 20 people, and all of them have been conferred the title of king. What contribution did they make? Isn't it because they are close to the sage? I have made great contributions. Why can't I be conferred the title of king? In fact, it is secondary whether I am conferred the title of king or not. I just feel wronged. In terms of closeness, I am not as close to the sage as they are. Wu Zetian shook her head and said, Aren't you afraid of being roasted on fire? Zhang Changzong said, with the grace of the sage, who dares to roast us on fire? Even a person like Wu Zetian couldn't help but blush when she heard the implied words. She said angrily, You're asking for a beating. You really can't compare to your brother's intelligence. Haven't you heard of the saying that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? Zhang Changzong heard that her tone had softened, so he quickly pulled her hand and said coquettishly, Sage, Changzong is relying on you, a towering tree. What wind can blow on Changzong? Seeing that Wu Zetian was in a good mood, Zhang Changzong wanted to strike while the iron was hot. But the chief chamberlain, Xiao Hai, suddenly reported that Princess Taiping wanted to see him. Ever since they arrived in Chang, and Wu Zetian had not seen her daughter for a long time. Hearing that she was here, she said happily, Let her in. In the first few years, when Wu Zetian met with the ministers and nephews, she would ask the second Zhang to leave. But now it had become a habit, and she had no intention of asking them to leave. Chapter 1049. When a married princess returned to the palace, it was like returning to her parents' home. Regardless of who she wanted to see, according to the royal family's etiquette, she had to go through a set of fixed procedures. First, she had to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, then to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. If there was a crown prince who was older than her, she had to pay her respects to the crown prince and the crown princess. The Wuzhou dynasty had a female emperor. There was no Empress Dowager or Empress. Even though there was a crown prince in the Eastern Palace, he was basically a prisoner. Although Taiping was favored, he did not dare to violate the taboo of paying his respects. Now it was different. The crown prince's situation was much better than before. Princess Taiping came out of Changxing courtyard and rushed to the Empress Dowager's palace. Bada! Taiping was walking leisurely when her shoulder was suddenly hit lightly by something. She turned her head and saw a green and red jujube rolling on the ground. She raised her head and looked into the distance. She saw her little enemy, Yang Fan, dressed in military attire, looking valiant and heroic with a sunny smile on his face. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and walked leisurely toward him. The two maids from the princess mansion behind her had good eyesight and stopped in their tracks. Princess Taiping gracefully walked in front of Yang Fan and said with a straight face, Do you have nothing to do? Why are you strolling around here? Yang Fan said, Who said I was strolling around? Am I not inspecting the palace? Princess Taiping looked at him and said, You are so dedicated to your duty? Yang Fan laughed and said, I am going to take a break. How can I not look around? When the imperial court gave me the clothing leave, I was busy preparing to welcome the emperor in Chang, and could not take a break. Now, with great General Wu's permission, I will take half a month's leave from tomorrow onwards. I plan to go out with my family. According to the Tang dynasty system, officials inside and outside the palace were given farm leave in May and clothing leave in September, divided into 2 periods of 15 days each. The Wuzhou dynasty continued. Taiping said, "It is already past the best autumn season. Why are you suddenly in the mood to go out?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "Princess in Li's mansion holds banquets every day. The music is incessant. I don't know how many days her housewarming party will last. I am really annoyed by her. I can go out for a walk. How about it? Do you want to come with me?" Princess Taiping was somewhat moved and asked in a low voice, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Fan said, "Qi province, where Zhou and Wang's Fengming Qi Shan is located. Go there and buy some good farmland." Qi province? Princess Taiping suddenly recalled that the Shangguan family was the biggest landlord in the Qi province. Did Yang Fan go to the Qi province to buy land? Who was he trying to fool? There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was to accompany Wanner from Shanghai. Needless to say, Wanner must have asked for leave from the Mother Empress in these 2 days. This little sweetheart only casually extended an invitation when the other party asked. There was no sincerity at all. Princess Taiping's heart was sour. Thereupon she said, "You two live together. Why would I go and be an eyesore? I'm not going." Yang Fan chuckled dryly and did not extend the invitation again. Actually, Taiping had only guessed half of it correctly. It was true that Yang Fan wanted to accompany Wanner, but he also wanted to give Wanner and her mother a chance to be together. If he really invited Princess Taiping along, there would be many inconveniences. Taiping turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, "That's right, I just received news that someone from the censorate wants to harm the second Zhang. The mastermind behind this is actually the Du family of Fan Chuan." Yang Fan knew that Taiping had people in the censorate. Plotting to deal with the second Zhang was no small matter. There must have been many people involved, so it was impossible that there was no news at all. However, Taiping was able to say that the mastermind behind this matter was Du Jingting. It was evident that there were Taiping's eyes and ears among the imperial censors who participated in this matter. Yang Fan said, "The second Zhang is in the prime of his imperial favor. This is not the right time to deal with him." Taiping sighed and said, "Du Jingting has been blinded by the hatred of his dead son." Yang Fan thought, if Du Jingting knows that his son was killed by the Wu family because he seduced a girl from your Li family, I wonder if he will hate the Li family or the Wu family. Yang Fan said, "Du Jingting is furious, but the people in the censorate shouldn't be so irrational. Now that the second Zhang has just established the merit of writing a book and making a statement, it is even more inadvisable to make things difficult for them." Taiping said, "The censorate has been planning this for some time, but they did not anticipate that the second Zhang would present his book at this time. Although they know that the time is not right, some things are already half done. If they stop now, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and they will alert the enemy. They may even suffer the second Zhang's counterattack. They can no longer stop." Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid the people in the censorate don't have the guts to do this. Prime Minister Wei has been in charge of the censorate for many years, and most of the censors are his former subordinates. Is this Prime Minister Wei's plan?" Princess Taiping did not speak and only looked at Yang Fan. She knew that Yang Fan would not ask about this for no reason. There must be more to it. Yang Fan said, "Prime Minister Wei is the Crown Prince's man." Taiping found it a little harsh and immediately emphasized, "Prime Minister Wei is Li Tang's loyal subject." Yang Fan smiled and did not want to argue with her about the difference. He changed the subject and asked, "Did you come to find the Crown Prince to ask the Crown Prince to step in and tell Prime Minister Wei to stop, or to make preparations to clean up the mess for them if they fail?" Eunuch Taiping shook his head and said neither. The Crown Prince cannot be involved in these matters. This matter can no longer be resolved peacefully. In my opinion, although this isn't the best time, there's an advantage to it. Precisely because this isn't the best time to make things difficult for the second Zhang clan. The Queen Mother won't believe that this was a deliberate act. In this way, we can use this to test the waters and see how much the Empress protects the second Zhang. I went to the Crown Prince's palace only because I entered the palace and wanted to pay a visit. I do not want him to know about this matter. Yang Fan said, "If you are not here for the Crown Prince, then you are here for the sage. What is it?" Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "Isn't it because of your orders to recommend the second Zhang to the Empress?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Look at you, you are so resentful, as if I have bullied you. Then, who am I racking my brains for?" Princess Taiping glared at him, but then she thought about it. Although she came here because of his words, everything he had planned was to restore her Li family's empire. Princess Taiping's heart warmed, and she softly said, "All right, I know I was wrong. Great General Yang, you have worked hard and made great contributions. In the future, I will repay you even if I have to work like an ox or a horse." Yang Fan teased, "Why wait for the future? As long as you are willing to work like an ox or a horse, I will definitely ride you." Princess Taiping blushed and spat at him. "Did you ride me less in the past?" As soon as she said this, she blushed even more. She only felt that the two of them were talking more and more nonsense. She said shyly, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. I am going to see my brother." Yang Fan whispered behind her, "When you want to work like an ox or a horse, remember to tell me." Princess Taiping walked with her head down and pretended not to hear, but she quickened her pace and walked with a fragrance. Yang Fan looked at her back and smiled. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "The weather is going to change." The next morning, Yang Fan quietly left Chang and with his family and went to Qishan. On the same day, Shang Guanwaner left Chang and with her mother Zhang and went to Qizhou. There was not only a large amount of the Shangguan family's fertile land there, but also an old house. Wan went to accompany her mother to relax. These two things did not attract other people's attention. The most eye-catching thing that day was the Empress's commendation to the 47 officials and famous scholars who had participated in the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Schools. Some were promoted to nobility, and some were rewarded with mansions and fields. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were in charge of the compilation, were conferred the titles of Duke Heng and Duke Yi, respectively. Wu Zetian did not accept the request of Wu Sanxi, the crown prince, and the Prince of Xiang to make them kings, which greatly disappointed them. But they did not know that this was clearly flattery. Even if they were made duke, it was already enough to raise the attention of the world. It had always been believed that those who were made duke were either meritorious contributors to the founding of the country, had outstanding military service, or were old ministers who had been in charge of state affairs for decades. Even Xue Huai had only been promoted to the rank of duke because he had twice led an army to repel the invading Turks, and he had also presided over the construction of the two magnificent buildings, the Bright Hall and the Heavenly Hall. Just what sort of meritorious service did the two sons of the Zhang clan have? Everyone knew who had compiled the Pearl of the Three Sects, yet the two brothers were both made dukes. They received nobility, but they also received even more hostility. The civil officials were not convinced, the generals were not convinced, and the descendants of those meritorious officials whose ancestors had only been conferred the title of Marquis, Count, or Baron were even more unconvinced. Their ancestors had risked their lives and used their abilities to fight for the title of duke, but they had still not been able to obtain a hereditary title of duke. The two sons of the Zhang family had slept with the Empress for a few nights, and now they were fucking dukes. Who would be convinced? Under this kind of undercurrent, the censoriate's first attack on the second Zhang began. In the past, there had been people who had submitted petitions to the Empress to distance herself from the second Zhang, or to expel them from the palace. They had all used high-sounding but superficial principles of righteousness. If the Empress did not accept it, she could simply laugh it off. There was no need for her to give an explanation to the officials or the people of the world. But this time was different. This time, they were directly looking for the second Zhang's crime. Since there was a crime, They had to determine who was right and who was wrong. The second Zhang was under the empress' protection. This attack on the second Zhang was no different from a challenge to the empress' authority. On the second day after the second Zhang was made duke, imperial censor Zhang Tinggui accused vice supervisor Zhang Changyi of accepting bribes. Wu Zetian did not connect this matter to the second Zhang. If there was corruption, there would definitely be things that harmed the country, and the country was hers. She was the empress, so she naturally hated corruption. Wu Zetian issued a decree ordering Vice Supervisor Zhang Changyi to appear in court for interrogation. A day later, disciplinary judge Jia Jingyan submitted a memorial. Zhang Changzong forcefully bought someone's farmland and should be fined 20 caddies of copper. Although this matter involved Zhang Changzong, it was too small of a matter, and the punishment could be completely ignored. Although Wu Zetian doted on Zhang Changzong, the officials were acting according to the law, and there was no harm done to her beloved. Wu Zetian did not raise enough alarm, and so approved the memorial. On the third day, the censorate's investigation of Zhang Changyi's bribery case made a breakthrough. The Vice Minister of Rights, Zhang Tongxiu, and the Provincial Governor of Bianzhou, Zhang Changqi, were both implicated as accomplices in the bribery case. When Zhang Changyi was detained by the censorate, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong were at a loss. They did not know what to do. They had always thought that they would directly ask the empress for help if they had any problems. But this step involved the law, and they had no reason to let the empress interfere so easily. However, if they had to think of a solution themselves, they did not know what procedures to follow or what channels to go through. These two little flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, not only did they not have any henchmen in the censorate, but they also did not know any of the rules and methods of the officialdom. All along, they had relied on their special privileges to handle special cases. Once they were asked to do things according to the normal rules, they had no way of entering. However, Zhang Changyi was detained by the censorate and was still in the interrogation stage. There would not be any urgent situation for a while, so the two Zhangs were still able to keep their composure. After all, they had the empress to back them up, and they still had some confidence. However, the next day, Zhang Changzong was fined for forcefully buying someone's farmland. After the rich and powerful in Luoyang moved to Chang, and with the emperor, they were all buying houses and land. Land was the wealth that the rich and powerful were most passionate about. Even if there was a mountain of gold at home, it would not be as reassuring as 10,000 hectares of good farmland. That was the kind of wealth that would not be easily passed down for generations to come, and the Zhang family was naturally no exception. The Zhang family did use their power to forcefully buy someone's farmland. Although the fine was not much, the problem was that he was a dignified state duke, and he could not afford to lose face like this. When Zhang Changzong was vexed, Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi were also implicated in the corruption case and were detained by the censorate for interrogation. The two Zhangs were even more at a loss. At this time, the censorate Li Qingjiao once again impeached the emperor in front of the court, pointing the spearhead at the two Zhangs. "Your Majesty, the corruption case of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi may involve Zhang Yiji, Duke of Heng, and Zhang Changzong, Duke of Yi. Your Majesty, please allow the two Zhangs to come to the censorate for interrogation." At this time, Wu Zetian had already realized who their real target was. Wu Zetian said calmly, "The report of the approved minister." She wanted to see who else would jump out. Chapter 1050. Autumn in Guangzhou was slightly cold, especially with the light rain that had just fallen in the morning. It was even colder. When the sun rose, there was still a wisp of mist lingering between the mountains, causing the distant mountains, the nearby water, the blue sky, and the earth to look like an ink painting of appropriate shades. Anu was used to this kind of scenery and did not find it strange. She accompanied Gu Zhuting, who was pregnant, to sit in a light car covered with soft leather mattresses. The windows on both sides were only slightly open. The two of them didn't look at the scenery, but just talked about pregnancy and childbirth in the car. This kind of Guangzhou autumn scenery was a rare sight for Shangguan who had grown up in the palace. Qi province had hundreds of acres of fertile land of the Shangguan family, but she had never been there. For one, it was just a line of numbers on an account book. But at this time, she had no time to enjoy the scenery because her beloved daughter was in the same carriage. The little girl had to drink milk, pee, and occasionally cry for her mother to play with her. Fortunately, there was Xiao Man to help. Er's hands, which were used to playing with the four treasures of the study and only knew how to write poems, were clumsy when she served the child, but she could handle it. Yang Fan sat in the first carriage with Nian Zhu and Si Rong. The windows on both sides were tightly blocked by the two children. They leaned against the window and poked their heads out, excitedly looking at the scenery along the way, and occasionally shouting. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and could only occasionally use their little butts as a hand drum to beat them to relieve his boredom. The vegetation on both sides of the mountain gradually became colorful, tinged with yellow and green, red and purple. The colors were distinct and varied, like a painting. The autumn wind sent the reed flowers into the blue sky. A line of wild geese spread their wings and flew past. Yang Fan had a pair of small feet on each of his legs. He lazily leaned against the cushion of the seat. He could not see the scenery outside the carriage, but he could hear the calls of wild geese flying in the sky and the loud and clear Qin accent coming from the fields. Days like this were as free as a mortal's, far away from the chaos of the court, with less scheming and scheming. Yang Fan's body and mind were at ease and unusually relaxed. This kind of life was what he truly wanted. Now that he could spend a few days with his family like this in a year, Yang Fan could not help but feel homesick. Entering Qi province, and Yang Fan sat in the same carriage. Yang Fan was half paralyzed in the seat like an old man. Yang Dyer lay between his chest and abdomen and climbed up. She used all her strength, but could only occasionally reach out a small hand and touch her father's cheek. Then she slid down, but Yang Fan used his belly to bounce her, stopping her of sliding and allowing her to continue. Daphne was very energetic. She never got tired of this seemingly boring little game. She would giggle happily whenever she touched her father's cheeks. Wan sat to the side and smiled as she watched the intimate game between the father and daughter. Lang Jun, from here onwards, this is our family's land. Wan looked out of the window and said softly, ever since Wan was favored by the Empress, she was given back her family's land. However, she had never been here before. She could only see the changes and harvest of the land in the account book every year. However, on this trip to Qi province, the steward who was in charge of the land in Qi province had accompanied her all the way. He had already introduced the situation here to her, so she was very clear about it. Yang Fan hugged his daughter and tilted his head to look outside. Dyer took the opportunity to grab his beard and jumped up and down excitedly. Yang Fan was already 28 years old. According to etiquette, he could grow a beard. His beard had just grown and was trimmed very neatly. Dyer grabbed her father's beard and laughed happily. Yang Fan held her little butt and lifted her up a little. He said to Wan, Are all our lands in this area? Wan said, Not all of our lands are in the same area. Only those that are close to the water source are of the best quality. However, this is the most complete piece of land we have. There are more than 1,000 temples. Based on our current speed, it will take us until noon to finish walking from here. Yang Fan grabbed his daughter's naughty little hand and made an angry gesture at her. Unfortunately, the little girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she was amused by him. Yang Fan said, Look at our precious daughter. She is so beautiful. In the future, she will have such a generous dowry. I wonder which family son will benefit from it. Wan rolled her eyes at him and took her daughter from his hands. She said, Our daughter will naturally have a generous dowry in the future. But how can we give our land to an outsider? Moreover, our daughter will marry a capable man. Are we going to find a useless man who depends on his father-in-law? Yang Fan laughed. That makes sense. Our precious daughter will find a good son-in-law in the future. Wan wrinkled her nose at him and snorted. You're already thinking about using the land as a dowry. Do you not want people to have more children in the future? Yang Fan smiled. I was just speaking thoughtlessly. How could I have thought so much about it? Have children. Of course have children. Give me a few more sons, and then a few more daughters. The sons will all be taught skills, and the daughters will all be married to capable son-in-law. Ha! At that time, if I, Old Man Yang, get into trouble with my neighbors, I'll lead a group of capable sons and capable son-in-law to fight and scare them to death. Wanner giggled and pouted. You're not serious at all. In the open, you are the mighty general of Loyal Marshal. So young and already a fourth-grade official, your future is bright. In the dark, you are the sect master of the Xian clan and hold great power. Which neighbor dares to get into trouble with you? Yang Fan grimaced and said, Why wouldn't I dare? My neighbor on the left is the beloved daughter of the Prince of Liang and the current crown prince. My neighbor on the right is one of the 5 Junwang of the Prince of Xiang's estate. Tell me, which one of them is easy to provoke? I, the general of Loyal Marshal, am not enough in front of a bunch of princes and princesses. The power of the Xian clan is also not good to show, so I can only rely on my son and son-in-law to help me vent my anger. Wan couldn't help but laugh again. Now that you say it, it really is like this. When you built your house, did you not choose a good day? Look at your neighbors. Even if they aren't golden branches and jade leaves, they are still princes and marquises. Also, the 2 families will have to fight sooner or later. You are stuck in the middle. Your feng shui is really good. Yang Fan sighed and said, Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Second Zhang lives in the palace and doesn't have any neighbors. Isn't he just inviting trouble to himself? That's why I say if it's something that belongs to you, you can't avoid it even if you hide in Mount Zhongnan. Dai lay comfortably in her mother's embrace, but her mother didn't play with her like her father did. She found it very boring, so she stretched out her little arms and leaned toward Yang Fan, wiggling her little but for her father to hug her. Wan angrily said, You little heartless thing. Mother doesn't even want to hug you for a while. Although she said this, she still handed her daughter to Yang Fan. As soon as Dai was in Yang Fan's embrace, she beamed with joy and stroked the short mustache on his lips. Wan glanced at Yang Fan and teased, You didn't come out this time to escape the storm caused by Second Zhang, did you? Yang Fan said, What does Second Zhang's matter have to do with me? There's nothing to escape from. This time, I came out with you to relieve your boredom and let you, mother and daughter, get closer. As for the battle in the capital, there's really nothing to see because victory and defeat have long been decided. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, were all arrested by the censorate. The censorate was very well prepared. Faced with a mountain of ironclad evidence, the 3 could not deny it and could only admit that they had taken bribes of more than 4,000 yuan. 1 yuan was equivalent to 10 strings of coins, which was a shocking 40,000 strings of coins. 40 million yuan. Zhang Tongxiu was the assistant minister of rights. Zhang Changyi was the assistant minister of Shangfang, and Zhang Changqi was the governor of Bianzhou. Among the 3, only Zhang Changqi could be considered an official with real power. Not long after he took office, he was able to take bribes of 40 million yuan. What could they do for others? In reality, the people who bribed them were targeting Second Zhang in the palace. Most of the money fell into Second Zhang's hands. The censorate's ultimate goal in arresting them was to prove Second Zhang's corruption. But the 3 brothers were not stupid. They knew one thing. As long as Second Zhang did not fall, they would be fine. Other people's bribes were all sent to them. The only people who had direct contact with Second Zhang were the 3 brothers. The 3 brothers gritted their teeth and refused to admit that this matter had anything to do with Second Zhang. The censorate did not dare to torture them, so the case reached an impasse when it came to them. The crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers could not be directly linked to Second Zhang. The censorate could only think of another way. They really did find a way, because according to the laws of the Great Zhou, with the crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who recommended them to be officials, should be punished together. Thus, during the morning court session, Vice Minister Ji Yanfan reported the results of the corruption case to the emperor. Your Majesty, the corruption case of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi has been concluded. The three of them took more than 4,000 yuan and should be punished severely according to the law. These three were recommended by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. According to the punishment, they should be exempted from punishment. Vice Minister Ji's method was similar to disciplinary Judge Jia Jingyan's method of confiscating Zhang Changzong's 20 jin of copper. Now that Second Zhang was a duke, his original official position was not worth mentioning. He asked the emperor to remove Second Zhang from his official position and not his title. Removing his official position would only mean losing a portion of his salary. To Second Zhang, it was not a big loss. But if the emperor agreed, it meant that the censorate had won this confrontation. At the same time that Second Zhang's prestige was damaged, the censorate not only cut off 3 of their important henchmen, but also scared away some monkeys who were not very loyal to Second Zhang. It was not easy to destroy Second Zhang. It was like trying to topple a big tree. One needed to cut off its roots one by one. When all the roots and branches were cut off, all it would take was a slight breeze to make it fall to the ground. Wu Zetian said loudly, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi have committed serious crimes. They will be removed from their official positions immediately. Wu Zetian's expression was stern. Fighting corruption was a basic national policy that she had been working hard to implement since she ascended to the throne. She would not slap herself in the face on this kind of matter. If she followed her personal interests, it would be her own prestige that would be shaken. The censorate had played a fatal move and forced her to fight within the rules. She could only sacrifice her pawns to protect her general. However, the censorate hoped to eliminate her general as well. Zhang Tongxiu and the other 2 were let out of the hall. When the 3 left, they were fearless and had arrogant expressions. As long as Second Zhang was fine, they could make a comeback at any time. The censorate's methods only made them feel disdain. Vice Minister Ji took a step forward and said aggressively, Your Majesty, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong have been punished by the law and should also be removed from their official positions. Wu Zetian glanced at him indifferently and said to Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were kneeling on the ground without their hats, Did you hear what Vice Minister Huan said? State Dukang, State Duki, do the 2 of you know your crimes? Zhang Yizhi bowed his head and said, I know my crimes. However, I and Changzong have done meritorious deeds for the country. So according to the law, we can atone for our crimes. Wu Zetian raised her brows slightly and asked, What meritorious deeds did the 2 of you do? Tell me face to face. Zhang Yizhi said, I and Changzong were in charge of compiling the Pearl of the 3 Sects and have done meritorious deeds for educating people. Wu Zetian said, Prime Ministers, Second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book. Can they be absolved of their crimes? When the censorate was handling this case, they had just made some progress when they encountered Second Zhang's letter. They also knew that this matter was very disadvantageous for them to pursue Second Zhang's crimes, so they had already thought of a countermeasure. Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong immediately reported, Your Majesty, although Second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book, Second Zhang has already been conferred the title of nobility. Their merits have already been rewarded. How can they atone for their crimes? There was a slight commotion in the hall. Although the officials looked down on Second Zhang, very few people dared to openly call him Second Zhang with contempt. Moreover, Second Zhang had already been conferred the title of state duke. In terms of nobility, he was even higher than the prime minister. However, Wei Yuanzhong actually called him Second Zhang in front of the emperor and Second Zhang. The smell of gunpowder in his words was already very thick. Second Zhang angrily raised his head to look at Wei Yuanzhong. However, there was not a trace of joy or anger on Wu Zetian's face. She only lightly turned to Second Zhang and said indifferently, "According to Prime Minister Wei, the two of you have already been conferred the title of nobility for writing the book. Therefore, your merits cannot atone for your crimes. Do the two of you have any other merits? If not, I will punish you according to the law." Zhang Yizhi coldly stared at Prime Minister Yang Zixi. Yang Zixi flattered Second Zhang as if he was his disciple. Being stared at by Zhang Yizhi, Yang Zixi couldn't stand still. He could only bite the bullet and report, "Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Heng and Duke Yi created a divine pill together. When your Majesty consumed it, your body became healthy and healthy. This is a great merit and can atone for your crimes." Wei Yuanzhong was both shocked and angry. He said, "Prime Minister Yang, how come I have never heard that the two of you created a divine pill together to cure your Majesty's illness?" Yang Zixi avoided his angry gaze and stammered, "This is something I happened to hear Duke Heng mention at the banquet. Duke Heng and Duke Yi are not proud of their merits and have never made it public. Prime Minister Wei does not know what is so strange about this matter." Wei Yuanzhong wanted to say more, but Wu Zetian already said, "That's right. What Minister Yang said is true. I am old. If Minister Yang did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I was once ill. It was Duke Heng and Duke Yi who created a divine pill together. I only recovered after consuming it. Prime Minister Wei, do you think this merit can atone for your crimes?" Wei Yuanzhong knew that the emperor was determined to protect the two Zhangs. What divine pill, other than pleasing the empress in bed? These two brats don't know how to create a divine pill. But the emperor had personally admitted that it was true. They couldn't say that the emperor gave false testimony. Wei Yuanzhong could only bow his head and say, "In that case, it can atone for your crimes." "Ha ha ha!" Wu Zetian suddenly laughed. She stood up and swung her sleeve. The golden dragon on her sleeve drew a dazzling golden light on the imperial table. "Court dismissed!" Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong quickly put on their hats and stood up. They looked at Wei Yuanzhong, Ji Yanfan, and the other ministers with provocative eyes. They ran up the imperial stairs and helped Wu Zetian up. They walked away like generals returning to the court after victory. Ji Yanfan and Wei Yuanzhong looked at each other and felt sad. When the court meeting was over, Princess Taiping heard about the details of the Zhang's crimes. She stood by the pond and threw a handful of fish food into the water. She watched the fish fighting for food in silence. Mr. Mo consoled him. "In this attack, under the circumstances that the two Zhangs have made great contributions in writing the book, we were able to remove Zhang Tongxiu, 3 people, from their official positions and also fine Zhang Changzong. It can be considered we have achieved something." Taiping sighed. "After so much effort, we finally solved this corruption case. In the end, the board was raised high and fell lightly. It still can't shake the two Zhangs. With the protection of the Empress, the two Zhangs have nothing to fear. After today's attack, they will definitely think of revenge in the future. From now on, the imperial court will have a lot of trouble." Mo Yuhan was silent for a moment and said leisurely, "Selling official positions, bribery, and bending the law harms the country. The emperor is the master of the country. If he still protects them like this, it can be seen that he cares for them. But if the two Zhangs usurp the country, will Her Majesty still protect them?" Taiping was startled. He turned his head around and saw Mr. Mo was smiling as he watched the school of fish fighting for food. His expression was tranquil. Chapter 1051. According to Wan Er's orders, the steward of Qi province did not spread the news that the master of the main family had come to Qi province. Even when they moved into the Shangguan family's old residence, they only said that the main family had sent a relative to Qi province to check the accounts under the orders of the old madam. Wan and her mother only stayed in the old residence for a day before they went to Qi Shan County to meet up with Yang Fan and began their journey to Qi province. Old Madam Zheng only knew of Yang Fan's existence when her daughter was pregnant. It was not until this trip to Qi province that she met this shameful son-in-law for the first time. Madame Zheng disliked Yang Fan very much. Madame Zheng thought that her daughter could marry someone with a higher status than Yang Fan, and that she would be his legal wife. Perhaps Yang Fan could be considered young and promising among his peers, but it would not be easy to find someone with a higher status than him. Most of these people were over 50 years old, and their legal wife had already passed away and they wanted to remarry. But in the eyes of Madame Zheng, who had experienced many hardships, these factors were not important. Congenial love and similar age did not necessarily mean they were a good match. Only a person with this kind of family background and status would be worthy of her daughter, and they would be able to harmonize. Moreover, Yang Fan already had a wife and concubines, so he did not have an advantage in this aspect. His relationship with her daughter could not be shown to others, so Madame Zheng was even more displeased. In fact, the reason why Wan could not marry was because of Wu Zetian. Madame Zheng also understood this, but since she was already dissatisfied with Yang Fan, she naturally pushed all the blame onto him. When Madame Zheng had just given birth to Wan, her father-in-law and husband had died a violent death. She, who was originally from a wealthy family, had brought her infant daughter to become a palace servant. She had endured hardships to raise her daughter and even taught her a body of knowledge and skills. It could be seen that her personality was tenacious and tenacious. After going through so many hardships, her temperament had become even more stubborn. She already had a prejudice in her heart. Her attitude towards Yang Fan was the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the angrier she gets. However, not only had Yang Fan and Wanner become husband and wife long ago, they even had a child now. What could Madame Zheng do? Moreover, Wanner looked weak, but she was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She was very opinionated, so Lady Zheng could only admit this fact. Admitting it was one thing, but when it came to Yang Fan, she naturally didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill. Yang Fan had a lot of luck with women since he was young, but he didn't want to be defeated in front of his mother-in-law. Yang Fan still maintained a considerable amount of respect towards Zhang Shi, but Wanner naturally felt apologetic towards Yang Fan for receiving such cold treatment. She only stayed in the old house for a day before going out with Yang Fan. She was expressing her dissatisfaction to her mother. Because of this reason, Wanner was especially gentle to Yang Fan along the way. Xiaomeng and Anu usually had a lot of time to spend with their Langjun. Wanner rarely left the palace, so they gave way to Yang Fan so that they could spend more time together. Qi Mountain, Zhouyuan, Zhougong Temple, Kongming Temple. The Yang family had visited all the famous historical sites in Qi province. In fact, because many historical sites were too old, only their names were left, and it was very difficult to see the real historical sites. However, when one was in a place that was familiar from the ancient books and faced those places that had been wiped out and turned into plains and villages, although it was difficult to feel nostalgic about the past and the present, one would feel a sense of the vicissitudes of the world and the vicissitudes of life. On this day, they came to Wuzhong Plain. Wuzhong Plain faced the Qinling Mountains to the south and the Wei River to the north. Both the east and west were deep ravines formed by years of rain, and the terrain was extremely dangerous. At noon, they rested in the town. There was a noodle shop at the entrance of the town, and the owner was the village chief. As soon as Yang Fan and his family sat under the shelter of the noodle shop, they immediately attracted many villagers. The villagers were full of curiosity about these guests who were obviously nobles in the town. However, Ren Wei and the others stood with their hands on their swords and looked around. Their cold and vigilant eyes made the villagers timid. Yang Yinzu really wanted to play with those village children, but those children were scared away by Renwei and the rest of the guards. Yang Yinzu stood under the canopy and stared at those urchins who were peeing and playing in the mud under the opposite tree. He was really envious. Yang Fan smiled at Renwei and said, "These people are obviously local villagers. There is no need to be so cautious. Sit down and rest." Gu Zhuting and Anu glanced around and did not say anything. The people who lived here seemed to have become a part of the Lus Plateau from their bones. Their clothes, hair, skin color, every action, every word, and every action were imbued with the taste of the Lus Plateau. This was something that could not be imitated. The village chief and the shopkeeper saw that Yang Fan and his group were extraordinary, so he took the initiative to greet them. Yang Fan said that he was from the Shangguan family, and the village chief was immediately in awe. Coincidentally, half of the land in this town belonged to the Shangguan family, and half of the people in the village were tenants of the Shangguan family. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Wang Lijing, why is this place called Wuzhang Plain?" Wang Lijing said, "The older generation said that, in the beginning, this place was called Jagged Slope. The second emperor of the Qin dynasty, Hu Hai, was patrolling the west at the beginning of autumn. Coincidentally, there was a whirlwind that blew up a 5-zhang dust pillar. It was very spectacular. The second emperor of the Qin dynasty wrote a poem, Wuzhang Autumn Wind Plain. Hu Hai was the emperor, and as an official, how could he not flatter? Following the emperor's will, it was changed to Wuzhang Plain." Yang Fan listened and laughed. Xiaoman nudged him with her elbow and laughed in a low voice. "Did you hear that? As an official, how could he not flatter? It turns out that Long Juan's best skill is flattery." Yang Fan looked at her and said, "Miss Xia has become a military officer at such a young age. Amazing, really amazing." Xiaoman coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. Originally wanted to make fun of Yang Fan, but she suddenly realized that she was also an official. Officials may not be opportunistic, but who hasn't been complimenting their superiors? Yang Fan and Xiaoman looked at each other, and no one said anything. Anu couldn't help but laugh. She held Gu Zhuting's arm and said to them, "Gu Shi and I have never been an official." Although Yang Yinzu didn't know what was going on, he could tell that flattery was definitely not a compliment. He immediately cleared himself and said loudly, "I didn't either. My sister didn't either, my brother didn't, and my sister didn't either." Yang Fan said snappily, "Get lost. Little brat, you are flattering your Aunt Nu. Do you know that?" Yang Yinzu blinked his big eyes and didn't understand. Xiaoman and Wan looked at his cute face and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the steaming minced meat noodles were ready. Yang Fan quickly said, Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's eat." Rapeseed oil, wheat flour, pork, and vinegar were all locally produced. The noodles were thin and chewy, and the broth was clear and delicious. A few drops of chili oil made from corn oil were added, and the aroma was very appetizing. Nianzhu and Si Rong ate a lot of snacks along the way and were full after a few mouthfuls. The two of them refused to sit still and wandered around. They began to develop an interest in the guokui. The pancake that was as big as a pot lid was really rare to them. Wang Lijing knew that this family didn't lack money, so he immediately took a pot and handed it to them. The cauldron became a toy in Yinzu's hands. He hollowed out the center of the cauldron and left it for his sister to eat. He hung the cauldron with a big hole in the center around his neck, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. He looked calm and proud. Because of Yang Fan's words, Renwei didn't stop him from getting close to the village children. He only sent 2 vigilant men to keep an eye on him. Nianzhu played with the pot for a while. When the novelty wore off, he took off the pot and generously gave it to the village children. This immediately won the favor of the children. They didn't treat this rich young master as an outsider anymore. They quickly played together. Yang Fan stayed at the entrance of the town. He wanted to leave after lunch, but he deliberately stayed a little longer when he saw Nyanzu playing with the village children. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Fan came out of the shed and was about to call his son to leave when a group of people galloped in the distance. It was rare to see people riding horses in this village, let alone a group of people. There were hundreds of people in a long line, and wherever the group passed, the yellow soil behind them rolled up a light dust. Yang Fan looked over and saw a group of government soldiers, but then he found that the government soldiers were guarding the periphery, and the people in the middle were a group of people dressed in tubo. Yang Fan couldn't help but stand in surprise. Tubo and Great Zhou had been fighting for years and were in a state of hostility. How could a group of tubo people appear here? The two guards sent by Ren Wei to watch over Yang Nzu immediately brought the young master to the shed. The other guards guarded them inside the shed with their hands on their swords and sabers, raising their vigilance. The group of government soldiers escorted the tubo people to the front and did not slow down at all. But when they passed by the entrance of the town, a burly tubo man with a broadsword at his waist suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He immediately pulled on the reins of his horse and stopped in his tracks. The people around him were all well trained and skilled in horsemanship. When this person suddenly reined in his horse, the guards around him did not panic, and no one rashly crashed into him. Even the people who were extremely close to him reined in their horses in time. The great Zhou martial army that was protecting them also stopped in their tracks. The tubo man dismounted from his horse and strode to the tree at the entrance of the town. The carriage that Yang Fan and his family were in was parked at the entrance of the village. There were also a dozen fine horses. The tubo man circled around the beauty that Yang Fan gifted to Gu Zhuting twice, rubbed his hands, and praised, "Good horse! Good horse! This is a majestic Arabian horse." A rank 5 official of Datong dressed in a crimson robe and carrying a silver fish pouch dismounted as well. He walked to the tubo man's side and said, "Ambassador Lunmisha, let us hurry on our way." The tubo man, who was addressed as Lunmisha, pointed at the Arabian horse and said, "Whose horse is this? I want it." Yang Fan heard the conversation between the two of them and couldn't help but smile at the girls. Beauties like you, who can bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people, should all feel ashamed. The horse that Abdullah gave me is much more impressive than yours. He only took it out twice, and both times someone took a fancy to it. Gu Zhuting covered her mouth and laughed. "This horse is called Beauty. It is worthy of its name." Yang Fan laughed and stood up to welcome them. He loudly said, "This is my horse." Luan Misha turned around and saw Yang Fan's face clearly. He could not help but exclaim, "Mousie, why is it you?" Chapter 1052. Yang Fan did not expect the Tibetan envoy to recognize Ashinamusi. He was slightly startled, but his expression naturally changed into one of confusion. "What are you talking about? You know me?" Luan Misa said, "I am Luan Misa of Tubo. Don't you recognize me? Why are you from the Turks?" At this point, Luan Misa's voice came to an abrupt halt. He realized that the person in front of him was different from Musi. Their facial features were indeed very similar, but this person's skin was much fairer than Musi's. Their beards were also different. It seemed that this Musi in front of him was very young, but the Musi in his impression was far older than his peers. This Musi in front of him spoke in Han. This was not unusual. Most of the Turks and Tubo officials and nobles could speak Han. However, this Musi in front of him had an unusually clear voice. Because Musi's throat was injured, his voice was hoarse, as if he was filing the back of a steel file. Luan Misa looked at Yang Fan in surprise and said hesitantly, You are not Musi?" Yang Fan asked, even though he already knew the answer, "Who is Musi? Do I look like this one?" "Ha! It turns out that I have mistaken you for someone else." "Indeed not." Luan Misa suddenly smiled and said, "My apologies. I have mistaken you for someone else. His appearance is extremely similar to that of a Turkic royal I know." "Ha! I suddenly remembered something. Your country's General Wang Xiaojie looks like my emperor's father, who passed away many years ago. Today, I have met you again. You look so similar to a friend of mine. Your country is vast and has many people. No wonder. At this time, the great Zhou official cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and asked, I dare not ask, there were many aristocratic families and nobles in Guangzhou, now that the emperor had moved the capital to Chang, and there were countless officials and nobles accompanying him. No one could guarantee that this ordinary person he met had a great background. Moreover, although the Yang Fan that this great Zhou official had encountered appeared in the Wuzhong plains, his attire and bearing were all extraordinary. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate him. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, I am Yang Fan, the loyal general of the 1,000 horsemen. The official was visibly moved. He hastily saluted and said, So it's Grand General Yang of the Imperial Army's 1,000 horsemen battalion. Qi Province's Commandant Zhang Yu. Greetings, General Yang. Upon hearing Yang Fan's identity, a strange light flashed in Luan Misa's eyes. He laughed and said, General Yang, I'm Tubo's envoy, Luan Misa. I was ordered by the king to come to your country. I really like this horse of yours. I wonder if you're willing to part with it? Luan Misa took out a velvet pouch from her bosom and carefully held it in the hollow of her palm. She loosened the opening of the pouch. As soon as the sun shone on it, the colorful light inside the pouch rose up, dazzling everyone's eyes. Inside the pouch was a pouch of pearls. Each pearl was the size of a longan. They were lustrous and translucent. Moreover, they came in various colors: golden yellow, pink, white jade, pure black, dark blue, light green, lilac purple, rose red, and so on. There were more than 10 pearls of the same size. Moreover, all of them were of the same color. They were dazzling and priceless. Exchanging this pouch of pearls for a precious horse, it should be said that Yang Fan had made a profit. Most importantly, the value of a precious horse was reflected on the battlefield. Although Yang Fan was a general, he was a general of the imperial army. To him, a precious horse was far less useful than a pouch of precious pearls. Luan Misa thought that Yang Fan would definitely agree. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, Do you think that I'm short of money? Luan Misa frowned and slowly said, This is not a matter of money. I really like this horse, and I believe that this pearl is worthy of the horse's value. To me. While speaking, Luan Misa glanced at the table where Yang Fan came from. He saw 4 beauties sitting at the table. They were graceful, each with their own unique beauty. It was not rare to see one of such stunning beauties. What was rare was that the 4 of them were dressed like his family's wives. Yet, each of them was exceptionally charming. If one looked carefully, it was obvious that each of them had their own advantages. Luan Misa thought, Money will not move this man's heart. But it seems that he is extremely lustful. Luan Misa immediately changed his words and said, In that case, I will use beauties to exchange for it. How about it? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in a strange tone, Honorable envoy has beauties with you? Luan Misa laughed and pointed to the carriage. He said, Look at the beauties in my carriage. They are 1 in 10,000 beauties. Perhaps they are slightly inferior to generals' wives and concubines, but women are like flowers. Each of them is enchanting. Who would complain about having too many flowers in the house? These women are frank and candid. They are good at singing and dancing. Each of them has the 64 virtues of a woman. Tubo's ideal requirements for women. You can choose whichever one you like. I will use that one to exchange with you. How about it? Yang Fan looked up and saw that there were 5 or 6 carriages in the procession, and in each carriage sat a few young women. The curtains of the carriages were lifted, and although they were still far away, he could vaguely see that the women in the carriages were all bright and beautiful, and their facial features were picturesque. At first glance, he felt an indescribable charm, like a gentle spring breeze caressing his heart. Anu whispered, "Do you think Lang Jun will agree to exchange a horse for a beauty?" Gu Zhuding smiled and did not say anything. Thinking of how Lang Jun did not hesitate to offend Princess Anil after giving her the horse, her heart felt like it had drunk honey. She could not care less about her identity and status in the Yang family, but she cared about her man did not care about her. Although she did not care if Yang Fan was forced by Princess Anil to hand over the horse, she was very happy that Yang Fan did not do so. Xiao Man and Wan also smiled and did not say anything. Xiao Man always had an indifferent attitude. She did not care if elder brother was willing to exchange a horse. If elder brother agreed, he must have his reasons. If elder brother did not agree, he must have his own considerations. Xiao Man had a kind of blind trust and obedience to Yang Fan. Wan was sure that Yang Fan would not agree, but the reason she thought it was different from Xiao Man's unconditional trust without any consideration. After she learned of the other party's identity, she knew that Yang Fan would not agree. She had confidence in Yang Fan's wisdom and steadiness. Sure enough, Yang Fan smiled and said calmly, "As for Envoy Misa, if I am not wrong, your pearls and beauties should be used as a tribute by your country, right?" Misa hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter. We live on the grassland, and horses are our herdsmen's best friends. If I can exchange a basket of pearls and a few beauties for such a good horse, even Zampu will not blame me." Yang Fan said, "Your country's Zampu does not blame you, but it does not mean that you have done this properly. When your country's Zampu puts you in an important position, he will not use this to find fault with you, but once you offend Zampu, he will use it against you. Besides, when there is officialdom, there will be strife. Just because Zampu does not blame you does not mean that others will not regard this as a major mistake on your part as an envoy. You are straightforward, a worthy friend. How could I let you leave behind a weakness that others can use against you and leave behind future troubles?" Misa stared at Yang Fan, his bright eyes carrying a hint of deep thought. The two stared at each other for a long time, and then they both burst into laughter. Misa truly did like this horse and truly did want to buy it, but he did not have the courage to use the gifts that Zampu had given him as a tribute to the emperor and to communicate with the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Liang. Only when he heard of Yang Fan's identity did he do so. Yang Fan was an important commander of the imperial army. If the pearls originally intended for the Son of Heaven and the beauties for the crown prince, the Prince of Liang, and the Prince of Xiang were given to him, even if Misa had taken the initiative to barter, what would these people think? The Son of Heaven was wealthy, and perhaps he did not care about the rare but not unique 7-colored pearls. Perhaps Prince Liang, the Prince of Xiang, and the Crown Prince were used to seeing beautiful women and did not care about a few Tibetan beauties, but they would definitely care about Yang Fan's actions. If a general were to exchange the gifts that had been intended for them without permission, they would feel that this general did not respect them. This was a serious challenge to their dignity and power. If this matter caused them to develop a rift with this commander of the imperial army, no one could predict what would happen in the future. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had seen through his intentions. Yang Fan was using the political situation in Tibet as an analogy, but he was actually hinting at the situation that he would face if he accepted the other party's conditions. Misa had a boorish appearance and seemed straightforward, but he was actually a quick-witted person. Since his attempt to drive a wedge had been seen through, he naturally would not make things difficult for himself. Misa heartily laughed as he cupped his hands to Yang Fan and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions. Since this is the case, this one will take his leave." Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands. Misa mounted his horse, took one last reluctant look at the Arabian steed, kicked his stirrups, and prepared to leave. Yang Fan knew that ever since the internal strife between the Tubo king and prime minister resulted in the death of the war god Luan Trinling, although the Tubo king's ambitions were as high as the heavens, The strength of his country and army had been on a steady decline. Luan Trinling's death was no different from the Tubo king cutting off his own arm. The consequences were far more severe than Wu Zetian's execution of Blacktooth Changji and the other famous generals. From then on, when the Tubo and the Great Zhou went to war, the outcome of the war could not be compared to the past. The Tubo Empire was like a dog's skin plaster that could not be removed. Their fundamental goal was to fish for more benefits from the Central Plains, but it was unknown what they wanted to do by sending an envoy this time. Yang Fan could not help but raise his voice and ask, "May I know what mission esteemed envoy has come to the east this time?" Misa turned his head to look at him, smiled, and said, "Our Tubo king wishes to be on good terms with the Great Zhou and form a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. Thus, he has sent me here to request a marriage of peace and marry the princess of your country." Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands without saying a word. Misa nodded his head and urged his horse to leave. Warner had also heard Misa's words. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression gradually turned solemn. She stood up and walked towards Yang Fan. Her gait was as graceful as a peony swaying in the wind. She walked slowly to Yang Fan's side and looked at the Tubo Empire's entourage with him. Anu came over and teased, "What are you looking at so reluctantly? If you are reluctant to part with that Tubo beauty, our Arabian horse can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Why don't you ride on it and catch up with them? It's not too late if you want to change now." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Pack up, it's time for us to leave." Xiao Man asked softly, "Lang Jun, where are we going next?" Yang Fan said, "Back to Chang'an." Xiao Man was slightly startled. They had agreed to stay for another 3 days before leaving. Why did they suddenly? Yang Fan said, "Let's get ready to leave." He then turned around and walked towards Yang Yinzu, who was playing happily. This child was very playful. If Yang Fan did not personally appear, he would not be willing to leave. Anu said curiously, "The Tubo Empire is here to marry the princess. Why are you so anxious?" Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting looked at each other and suddenly felt guilty. Could it be that the unmarried princess and our Lang Jun? Cough! This is not impossible. Our man has a criminal record. Among the ladies, only Wana nodded her head lightly. She had obviously seen what Yang Fan saw under the appearance of marriage.